All right, it's go time. How's it going, nerds? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing, Lotta in YouTube land and in Twitch land? Let me say hello to all the fine peoples. How you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Moss? How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Matthew? What? Supremely nice. Best of, I like the black grill. You can tell because I'm painting them, but still best of luck. And how you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing, Linguini? And Cow Maker and Instant Charlie? How you doing? How you doing? I have not. I that's Apocalypse. I know. It's like, well, I've not seen like any of the famous Vietnam movies. I'm sure that surprises no one. Instead, I purposely watched shit like Solomon Kane 2009, a movie that was like, it had the components of being a movie I would have liked. Like on paper, everything should have worked, and then I wish I could like articulate better. I can, but like the more I want to articulate, the more I just gotta go back to that. Like that movie just had like a critical lack of sauce. It was just absolutely devoid of sauce, which was sad. Yeah, a lot of the movie is like campgrounds and like Solomon Kane murdering a bunch of dudes who don't matter, and a lot of scenes are just superfluous to the movie. It is kind of unfortunately like I said, I like showing bad movies and I like showing good movies too. It's always the like boring, forgettable ones. I like those. To me, those are the real sins. Where it's like what's this game's greatest fault? I'm not game or movie, really anything. Is to be forgotten, How you doing, Mix? Yeah, I should explain. So, in Trench Crusade, there is a model called a Gregori Gula, which was a look, the actual one looks like this. I did not paint this one. And it's cool, but it was released part of a Kickstarter during a time when I just didn't really have money to get into a Kickstarter, and now it's like $15. And I'm like, that's cool, that's fine. It's a good model. I would totally be down for painting one someday. But I got this chucklefuck, who was a model that I already had. Yeah, for the longest time I could never remember Gregori Gula. Gregori Gula. And I keep wanting to call it like Greg Gorgonzola. Like Greg Gorgonzola is just what I default to. And how you doing, Papa Nurgle? And how you doing, Minidel? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And how you doing, Jay? How you doing? Ooh, nice. Thank you for the welcome to the workshop. What's happening here? Everything's out of order. Supremely nice. And what I did is this one's normally like yay big. I scaled them the fuck up. I added the little pods because this is like a consistent theme. These little bestiarium little bony pods. I got his normal base, which is leaking dirt and stuff, which is not great. He's gonna set on up on this motherfucker like this. He's gonna take up all the goddamn room. He's a big model for you and whatnot. I have to say the magical line. Use a gun to catch a fish. Holy mackerel. You're using too small of a caliber. You gotta use a bazooka. Then you don't have to worry about holes. And this is an alternate base, so when it dies, it just basically becomes a marker. And you could run one of your little zombie dorks up to it. The zombie dork explodes. And then you bring it back. You bring it back to life. I believe at full health. Which is really cool. The downside being is, what's it called? The downside of this is that because it's so easy to get brought back, it has like no armor, so it's actually not terribly hard to kill. How you doing, Yori? How you doing? Nice. How you doing, nerd? How you doing? How you doing? And I've not gotten to play this yet. It's not easy to hit. True. You could say that for a lot of things. I think if you fired a bazooka close to some people, I think they would just fucking detonate. So we're gonna start off with this is gonna be interesting because this is a lot of like singular color and flat surfaces, but that might be good. That might be fun. So I'm gonna be using a lot of this Army Painter dark green brown. It's 3 colors and it looks like kind of none of them. It's kind of amazing. It's I love it so. But yeah. And also too, once again, I found out how to make things Vermis styled. So this is what I did for the background for it. I'm really happy with this. I really like how this turned out. Like I kind of feel like this has like that kind of like grain distortion if you look at old Magic card art, where you just like take the card and you zoom it up real close and you can see those. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, let's go. I think I've mentioned before that I'm trying to like up my I'm trying to up my presentation game on a lot of things. I mentioned, I think since like the end of last year, I've been like, I'm stagnating, I'm gonna fix that. I'm fixing it. I'm working on fixing some shit. Making more evocative thumbnails, which is the dorkiest shit ever. Because like, at least for me, like the content of my streams are fine. So I think it's just like everything else around that I wanna improve. Oh yeah, I could just make like, I kind of like the idea of fake analog horror where I'm just like Mr. Tummy Man is going to get you, and just post like, find like an old picture of like a guy from like 1997. So it's like, you know, it's high enough quality that like I can get a good photo, but low enough quality that when I dither the shit out of it, like it looks spooky and ominous. Make Zoomers shit their pants. It's gonna be great. How you doing, Cersei? How you doing? Yeah, it's a combination of it was basically a guy just fucking around to see if he could recreate the way Vermis looks. I have read one Vermis book, which is Vermis 3, which was fine. I kind of wonder if the earlier Vermises were a bit better. Maybe I was also kind of sold that it was like, yeah, it's like a video game that never existed. And that is a little bit true. But also to me, Vermis 3 felt more like somebody explains their D&D campaign to you, but it's like one of those D&D campaigns. It's like, yeah, and then Jerry hit this button. There was only one button on the wall, and the room had no other details. And when Jerry hit it, his character fucking died. Wow, isn't that grim dark? Isn't that brutal? And I'm like, I'm gonna hit you with a brick. That's my least favorite kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Get some more pizzazz in there. More pizzazz. Get visiting Mr. Hands. Oh God, why do you bring up Mr. Hands? I feel bad about Mr. Hands stuff. For context, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Mr. Hands the guy who like got fucked to death by a horse? Maybe it's someone else, because I did know a guy who grew up in that town, and apparently it's hell to grow up in that town. And this is like on the internet, like I want to say like circa like maybe like 12 years ago. So like people would just ask him this shit all the time, and he's like, leave me alone. It's kind of both. I mean, it's because like at the end of the day, a lot of stuff from that like line are just funky art books. And there's nothing wrong with funky art books. I love me a funky art book. But like, you know, people don't typically buy funky art books. Heavy metal will happen for movie night. I'm gonna be honest, I forget sometimes that I haven't shown heavy metal. Get a shittier brush. There we go. Unfortunately, I don't have a good big brush anymore. How you doing, Nuggy? Yeah, I've been talking about how I've like I found out via internet how to kind of make things slightly Vermis rendered with the right Photoshop filters. And how I read Vermis 3. Yeah. It's like I don't see. Funny you should mention that, because the third one is the only one I own. Because at least for me, for a while, it was like they would never restock. I think they've kind of changed that mindset now. But like, I was like, well, you know, I'll pick up the third one while it's new, and also that like how to bake a breadling thing, which I fucking really like. How to bake a breadling. That was a really fun book. Yeah, no, horses are dangerous. Don't do anything but ride horses with respect, and like, you know, keep your head on a swivel for that shit. What KS? Like wait, which one? The Breadlord or the Vermis? I think they might have had Kickstarters, but I just bought them directly from the thing. Oh, so this is the Gregori Gula from Trench Crusade, my own kit bashed version, because I don't have to play by the fucking rules. Hell yeah. Super. Oh yeah, a lot of clickbait stuff. I like it's funny because like a lot of, I'm gonna argue for oh, I think it's just called How to Bake a Breadling. I could double check real quick. If a horse has murder on its mind, you're dead. I'm sorry. There's not much you can really do. You're already screwed. But yeah, specifically, yeah, the heavy metal, yeah, that one. So all my big brushes are crusty. What the fuck? Oh, hold on. I have one more repository for big uncrusty brushes. My terrain brushes are... Hey, there we go. This one got really fucked up bristles, but considering that this guy is getting like the most basic bitch overcoat, I did a funky Zenithal Prime, but like I don't think that was needed, really. I don't think I need to do that. I'm like, honestly, let me do that. I mean, no, I have plenty of regular good brushes. It's just that I don't got like big, thick, like I'm gonna paint like a giant thing. Let's see if I can link that. There we go. It's this one. I like this one a lot. I like this one a lot. There we go. People, I have no affiliation with this. What do you call when someone wears Skaven pelt epiver? I don't know how I feel about that one. I don't know how to articulate my feelings about that one in particular. That is, How doth I? Okay, so apparently all the bristles are just like actively fraying. Hold on, is that something I can fix with water and? I have another bigger brush. God, this one is also fucked up too. Hold on. Let me just bring all these other brushes over. They don't need to be this far anyway. All right, next up I have you. Oh, this is like nice. Okay. These are all like Target like babies first paint their brushes, because you know sometimes you just grab them while you're there like buying bullshit, as one do. But yeah, I forgot there's two of them. We've watched like Fire and Ice, and actually that's it. That's like the closest thing to the heavy metal movies we watch is Fire and Ice. I guess Wizards is kind of in that same lineage, but like not quite the same. All right, bristles are not separating on this one. I think this is gonna be feasible. Yeah, God, what's okay? Skaven pelt. Don't mess with horses. Clickbait. Yeah, I was mentioning too that like a lot of mini painting people have kind of really leaned to that like ironic clickbait, which is kind of also interesting in the same way where it's like, we know this is clickbait. You know this is clickbait. We're doing the song and dance because YouTube makes us do the song and dance. So like, you know, sorry, but also I want to eat. Yeah, I think Wizards feels close. Wizards feels close, like in general thematics and whatnot. Yeah, oh yeah, there we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That like today, this guy legitimately might. This could be a quick paint. I mean, if I do, that's fine. You know, I like finishing models early-ish, and like Lord knows, it's not like I don't have like a million billion. It's been a while since because I think I've like I said, I have a bunch of like lingering projects where like my Sons of Horus, I painted them pretty good, and they're like really close, but they're not like quite there yet. It's also got like really good like dry brushing, like bristles too, so I might have to do it. Also, I don't think I properly give you thank you for the bits, Jay. Thank you. Oh, this isn't too bad. Go on. Oh yeah, no, that's once again, that's pretty great. So like the general idea that like my movie night ethos is. Also, how you doing, K-Mappy? And how you doing, Ratman? My ethos for movie nights is it needs to be fantasy, which I very loosely say there should be a sword and or magic in it. I'm willing to be a bit looser for sci-fi for like I'm willing to be a bit loose. Also, thank you for the nerd attire because I'm nerding out. I'm a bit looser for like science, fantasy, stuff like that, or like, you know, like sci-fi stuff that doesn't really feel even slightly plausible. Like that, like it was like the Slave Girls from Beyond Infinity, where it's like, is that sci-fi? Yeah. Does it really feel like science-y at all? Nah. And for suggestions, I'm torn. So I need to preamble this because I'm very autistic about bad movies. I don't like bad movies that are trying to be bad, and I need to clarify that because I will get recommended like Sharknado and like other Asylum movies and like things that's like clearly like, what if we released a shit movie on purpose? And like for me, that the magic doesn't exist there. There is no magic to that. But the thing is, a lot of times when people think of bad movies, they're like, oh, what if we watch this piece of shit, you know? I heard really Sharknado grows a soul later in the franchise, but like, so that might be a bad example. But like, I've grown wary because I get recommended those a lot, and I feel it makes me feel like an asshole when I'm like, I'm sorry, my bad movies are too powerful for you, traveler. I'm at the place in my life where like I don't think I would even put The Room in like my in the same category as a lot of the shit I've shown you nerds. Like I made him like here's the funny thing. Like Velocipaster, like that kind of stuff. I'm like, eh. But I was talking movies with my tabletop group, the ones that like I've been friends with these guys since like 2009, back in college, and like I've gone to several of their weddings and stuff like that. And we were talking movies, and I ended up unleashing even a fraction of my power level for bad movies, and they were just fucking dumbfounded. It was kind of amazing. I forget what movie I was trying to get them to like watch or even consider. I know I made a mistake because I recommended them The Adventures of Tom Thumb, which is a great movie. It is a very strange, dialogue-less, stop-motion animation movie. And it's wonderful, and it's like legitimately, I think it's a good film. But it is very like, if you're like, well, I like Marvel movies and things that are adjacent to that. It's like, oh no, this is gonna be a bad time. Why'd I do this? I mean, I do, you know. Oh, hi, doggy. Like, I grew up with like watching shit like The Room, and I don't like hate The Room or anything. It's just that like I also firmly hold the belief that like all of the one. Oh, dude, no, Tubi has been great. Tubi has been great. I've been grabbing a lot of movies from Tubi. Tubi has the specific trash I crave, which has been great. Yeah, legitimately, I think I've been recommended. People have been like, you should show Morbius for movie night. I'm like, no. Yeah, the big thing about for me is that like it was made in earnest, but then like Tommy Wiseau kind of leaned in, and once the leaning in happens, where I'm like, no, the magic is gone. I'm sorry. Like that's why I still appreciate Neil Breen, because Neil Breen is still crazy and he thinks he's making like art movies, like against the establishment. And meanwhile, Neil Breen is just a fucking nutter, and I love him for that. Like the day that Neil Breen really doubles down is the day that like I'm gonna be big sad. I can't be the biggest sad. The biggest sad is when I found out the Spirit Science guy uses AI to make slop animations now, and that's a level of tragedy that I still personally have not recovered from. I have not recovered from that level of sadness. Then he's an alien. I don't think I've heard that one. Oh yeah, the theory where he's like, yeah, there's the theories about he's like a foreigner from like, but he's like an exiled rich guy or an alien or an angel or whatever. Those are kind of fun though. He is just like a very strange man. So I told like those are fun. But yeah, like for me, The Room is like, it's not well put together, but it's technically, by the way, it's because Tommy Wiseau is a strange alien man, that it kind of infuses that into the movie, which is why I think a lot of people are captivated by it. And once again, I still like it. I think it's still a fun ride. I think that there also does need to be like training wheels, bad entertaining movies you got to show to people before you go like real shit. Oh, fuck yeah. I have not seen Tokyo Gore Police since I was in high school, but I fucking love Tokyo Gore Police. I love those shit. There's like Tokyo Gore Police, Meatball Machine. This isn't really quite on the same tier, but I just recently recently seen Tetsuo 2, The Body Hammer. God damn, that movie fucks. Troll 2. Wait, not yet. I do think a Jupiter Ascending might be a movie night movie one of these nights. There's the fact it's made by the Wachowskis, but crazy is interesting on its own. And then like, here's the thing. I mean, Troll 2 is fun. Troll 2 is fun. Troll 2 requires an additional movie. There is a documentary on Troll 2 called Best Worst Movie Ever or something like that. Something to that degree. Also, this is infuriating to paint. What the fuck? The premise is that like, so the guy, the dad in Troll 2, he's just a good-natured Southern dentist. He's just like a small town like Southern dentist, and like he's real sweet, and everyone in his community likes him. And he's like, well, when you know, I thought it'd be fun to be in a movie, and they were casting, and I did my best. I didn't think, and like, here's the thing: he's such a like small Southern dentist that he was not aware of what happened to the reputation of Troll 2. He was just like, yeah, I was in a weird movie years ago, and it was fun. And then he just went about his life. And then one day, the son, fully grown man now, like reaches out to him and tries to like connect with everybody else in that movie. And it's like the mother basically is like, I think she basically went like insane. The old grandpa is like a shell of a man. He just wasn't doing very well. Basically, he's one of those like old people whose like family, his family forgets about him. And so he just kind of lives in an apartment and just knowing that one day that apartment is going to be opened up because of the smell. And they're just going to find him just like a stain on his, it's really sad, but yeah. But then also they're like taking this dentist guy to like convention circuits, and everyone's like, whoa, you're the dad from Troll 2. I smoke weed. Yeah. And this guy's like, wow, whoa. And like, I won't mention anything else about it. It's a genuinely interesting movie. I have not seen Meatball Machine 2. Maybe one of these days, like, just to show some real Japanese gore exploitation bullshit. That could be fun. See, I haven't even heard of Zebra Man 1. But yeah, no, there's like a wonderful. Oh god, yeah. I know Hellraiser eventually just gets like really like money, not money laundering, but just like straight up like, fuck it, we need a like. That's the thing that's kind of funny about those older horror franchises, where it's like you make a good movie and then you really want to make sure that you have a new movie on VHS shelves, that like a blockbuster. So you'll just kind of go in there and be like, well, whatever. I know the Living Toy ones. Like it's like the not Living Toys. It's like the Murder Puppet one, whose name is like the Full Moon one. I am super blanking on the name, but like that. Maybe a couple of those might be fun for movie nights. A couple of those, maybe not all of them though. No, not Small Soldiers. It's that. How you doing, Rookie? No, that's a good movie. Build Backrooms movie? For what purpose? How you doing, Ranchero? Puppet Master! Sorry, Puppet Master was the franchise I was thinking of. Yeah. Puppet Master ones get like real. They were like, the guy apparently was like, yeah, we're going to film like Puppet Master 4 and 5 at the same time. Because like, here's the thing. Slop is a pandemic right now and it fucking sucks. People have been making slop the old fashioned way for many, many, many years. But in kind of like a funny, charming way where it's like, this is horrible. What are you doing? So let's while he's drying, let's get this. Yeah, I remember liking Small Soldiers too. I would kind of love to watch as an adult because I'm sure I missed so much. I think some of that reason, Charlie, is like horror fans are a targetable demographic these days. And I don't mean like any shade on that, but like you can sell a Puppet Master shirt to like goth women, and they will buy it. So like, yeah, no, that's a valid market. Also, how you doing, Steve? How you doing? I feel like Riccio has been on my backlogs for my backlog for a while. I keep forgetting about that one though. Right now, like, I have like a couple of Japanese films that I've set aside that I need to watch. Which ones do I have? There are movies that I watch outside of movie night just because, like, I'm allowed to have interest and feelings sometimes, as a treat. What were the ones that I had in my stuff? Also, I'm very wary about like, showing subtitled things in the movie stuff. So I got like Society, Stalker, 1.0 Drive, Throw Away Your Books and Rally in the Streets, August in the Water. I'm gonna be honest, there's a while I was just bookmarking a lot of movies that were classified as Denpa. So like I was like, well, that sounds nice. I'm gonna try this Dark Orange, actually, no, hold on. I want to dry brush his bone, and I need like a very light brown to kind of build up into that. Maybe try bootstrap brown. No, maybe, let me try it. Like, the downside to me having a million browns is that I have a million brown. Okay, let's try this mahogany. There. Yakuza movies. Oh, there's probably a million of those. Probably a million of those. Chucky and Puppet Master had. Maybe. You have. Well, the thing is, I can't say this is based film taste because I haven't watched these yet. Arguably, I've been watching a lot more movies lately that are just watching, like both in theaters and not. Yeah, I've Society is a HAL movie that needed to happen like many years ago. What's another one I meant to watch for a while but haven't? Because like until like 4th of July, I was gonna watch a documentary about grimdark stuff, but the main character was too much of a shithead. So I watched Guzo, the thing that God forsaken or forgot. It's what's the full title now? Hold on. Guzo, the thing forsaken by God. Well, the thing is, like, I'll have to check that. I'll have to check that later. Do like a J custom meme. This might be too light for a brown, but we'll find out later. You know, it's the one I was talking about where it's just a bunch of Japanese, like probably like late teens, early 20s, get murdered in a shack. Not a shack, more like a bed and breakfast. It was mentioned in Anthology to Killer, and I was like, this is a name that's way too specific to be fake. And I looked it up, and it's like, oh no, this is a real movie, and I watched it. 2 cents on this because Mother cannot mind. Oh shit, Charlie's wilding out. So for me, the whole like Lovecraft drive you crazy stuff. The thing is, like, on one hand, I think to a certain degree, in the abstract of an omnipotent narrator, you can kind of get over a lot. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like if I talk about like gray aliens, right? I'm like let's say gray aliens. So let's say gray aliens. Like, you know, in your mind you might be like Bogo's Bented, Gleep Lorp little meme thing. And it's really easy to abstract away and be like, yeah, no, if gray aliens showed up, I'd be pretty cool about it. I'd handle them. But then once again, it's like, if a gray alien showed up, like, behind you right now. How you doing, Golem? How you doing? Exactly. Gray aliens more like gray schmalians. You would shit your pants. And I kind of feel like it's like that idea too, that like, you know, if you saw things that like actively fucked with your brain, like text that swam around, like, and like I like, mind you, sometimes it's because it was written by H.P. Lovecraft, and you know, different time, different place, different writing style, different standards. That's a whole thing, and a lot of people have just been aping on that for years because it's fun. But like, said alien hot? No. I'm talking about like gribbly little gray aliens. I know that a lot of you listen. I understand that this is because I'm like, you're older, Steve, but like, so many people on the internet will fuck anything if it has horror eyelashes, and it's like, come on, please, I beg of you. People will say wood to a fucking couch. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, so like, for me, it's for the whole like going crazy thing is a combination of like, you know, we don't live in the reality of the book where like something that crazy, unbelievable could happen. It was written during a time by the person who will, like, you know, processes that kind of information differently. I think there's a lot that goes into that. Which is why I'm like, you know, yeah. It could be a coping mechanism, yeah. Exactly. Like legitimately anything from anything from fucking like XCOM, which apparently, God, the XCOM game's still coming up soonish. Have you guys heard about that? For people who do not know, I'm not talking about the Star Wars one. There is an XCOM like solo RPG war game kind of thing. If you're familiar with the 5 leagues from the Borderlands and like 5 parsecs from home or whatever, it's one of those style games where it's like you build a team and you sort of like solo war game with yourself. But you can apparently there is a mode where your opponents will play all the various aliens and whatnot. That's pretty cool. There's also gonna be some minis coming out for it, so like I depending on which ones, there's some like generic like resistance guys, like those are fine. I'd be doing aliens. I would be doing aliens if I could. Oni plays. I've never actually watched Oni plays, which is weird because I was like really into God, what was it? Sleepycast. It's a weird, Sleepycast is like a weird thing for me where it's like I like Sleepycast as a piece of art by itself. I was on Newgrounds, but I just didn't really join any of the community. So I just did not know who any of these people were or really could attach them to anything. And like I just haven't got around to watching like Smiling Friends and stuff yet. So like the fact I'm glad Zach is doing good. I don't think I've seen that now. Ooh, I immediately like the way this looks. So I've saved that for later. See, okay, so this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Ratman, I'm sorry for my trepidation earlier, but like you get it. I've been recommended movies by people who don't, and nothing makes me feel more of an asshole just to say that, but like real. But I think I do a slightly more brown. I'm gonna try Bootstrap. Let's see. Yeah, I'll try Bootstrap brown. Might still use that brown for something else. So it's here, Soldier Sectoids, then men. Ooh, let's go. I don't know which one, like... I'll have to see. The weird thing is I actually kind of would really like some Advent dudes. They're not particularly alien-y, so like, you know, really you could just do like a head swap or whatever. I don't know, I just like them. I think they're nice. Give me some Advent dudes, give me a Muton or two, and then I'm fucking gravy. But yeah. No one will save you is a good grail. Ooh. Also good. I keep getting, I've been in a weird era where I've been getting like a lot of stuff that I've actually been looking into a bit more. I keep getting recommended, I think I mentioned a while ago, I kind of wanted to, I haven't done it yet, but I kind of want to start reading the Ring books, the Japanese originals, because I heard about the Ring 3, like I think it's called Loop. And it sounds so fucking buck wild crazy, where it's like not even really a horror thing anymore, but that kind of intrigues me more. And I'm like, I apparently everyone's like, yeah, you could read these separate. And I'm like, no. I have to read all three now. But it's also like there's a bunch of stuff. The Return of Ring. Maybe there's aliens in there. I know that there's like the third one's like, yeah, there's like a crazy like Matrix X-esque simulation thing that happened before the Matrix. There's like a couple of Matrixes before the Matrix, which is neat. There's apparently there's like a really weird French one that I think I've bookmarked somewhere and I've not actively looked into it too much. There. I think this is the color base I really want from this. Yeah. The Lord of the Rings spiral. Yeah. I'm sure somebody's made that. And I do like the Animatrix. No, this is like explicitly like a French movie that's like very similar concept. I mean, there's like the thing like the Matrix wasn't made totally unique. I also vaguely remember hearing some apocryphal stuff that is supposed to be in No, I don't think it was supposed to be the Invisibles, but I vaguely recall that like copies of the Invisibles were handed out. The Invisibles fucks, by the way. The Invisibles is a really neat comic series. Everyone should read it. City of Lost Children. I haven't heard that. I think I've heard that one either. Oh no, I'm gonna have to just like take like a Saturday and be like, we're watching a bunch of movies. No, this is a recent fucking. No, this is like I said, this one predates. Unless this is like. Okay, I'm getting lost in the weeds. Yeah, so how you doing, Sola? Yeah, it was like. I think conceptually it was based on a lot of the Invisibles, because the Invisibles kind of has like the same idea, where it's like, you know, everything you know about reality is a lie. You're sort of incepted to be sort of like a chosen one guy. You can sort of enter and leave the sort of quote unquote real world, but it's like it's like magic. Like fucking Grant Morrison basically wrote the Invisibles as like an occult ritual, and I find that shit fascinating. There's probably some lawsuits. I would not be surprised there. I would not be surprised there. But yeah, I remember that was like, I've always been fascinated with magic and occultism stuff, but like it's in the same way that I'm fascinated with like Gnostic stuff. But I feel like if I ever like was like got serious into Gnosticism, that's when I can feel the wedgie manifest in my body telekinetically. 13th floor Nirvana. Yeah. I think I don't even know which one of these are. Oh no, we're getting the Nirvana. God, there's that one Yuri manga that's getting an adaptation, and like it's one of those things. The marketing's really weird because they got like a Nirvana song for it, and then like David Grohl's like, yeah, Kurt Cobain would have loved this Yuri manga, and it's like he might have. I don't know really, but it's just it's definitely a marketing thing. Like that's definitely a marketing thing for sure, but it's also kind of like, as someone who grew up on Nirvana, it's a really strange confluence of things in the year of our Lord 2026. It's not even like the most interesting Yuri adaptations. It's fucking it's like Muchilago, the one with like the really crazy like fun reckless lesbian lady. That one's fucking getting adapted. Also, Minidel, thank you for the Bezos bucks. Thank you for 33 months. Hell yeah, let's go get them doubles. I think I have the Magnus. A friend of mine was like, "Hal, you should listen to the Magnus Archives," and I have that on my podcast app, and I have not. Oh, that's the connective tissue. Okay. I was a little confused. The thing is, like, we also do kind of live in an era where like getting music license is both like, you can get a lot crazier music license than you realize. I think these days, you know. Cultitron Legacy. I mean, you know, if you're gonna misremember a source, those are two very strong ones. Enough with the occult. I mean, yeah, it's like, it's one of those things that like I've never been like lighting candles and doing rituals and shit. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's conceptually very neat. I'm gonna do this one can go a little smaller. I can get a little scratch here with this brush. But yeah. So that's cool. Okay, that's cool. There's context then. Like mind you, once again, it's like that. Actually, this. Okay, these do layer really well. Oh. This might be one of those like happy little accidents where it's like the mahogany actually does like pretty good. Sort of like pushed into it. Ooh, let's go. Layer, I know what you're setting up, nerd. I know what you're setting up, nerd. Also, I don't know what's up with today. I'm like actively melting, which is odd because I just license stuff. Yeah. I think the biggest thing, if you ever want to get into like ritual magic and stuff like that, and you need an excuse to not to, there is a magical place on 4chan called X. Go there, go there, and experience what the unburdened mind is like. I think essential air, and I got like a little filter air thing behind me. I could just probably crank the stuff. Oh, even that guy. Yes, it's him. It's Gorgonzola. Whereas I think back then it was always just be like, how do summon succubus wife? And honestly, I don't think people on the internet have changed much. I think for everything about the internet, I think people are still looking for their succubus wives. They've just turned to different means now. Now people will just use a AI chatbot, and that's their succubus wife. And somehow I feel like that's worse spiritually. I don't know. I was never really a poster there. I'm pretty open about being like a TG regular for many years until just like everybody got too much of a bummer and I had to leave. That guy, why did you choose that combination of words? These are egg pods. What's how you doing, Dima? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, but yeah, it's like one of those things that even like decades ago, they're like, no, X used to be a way better board. Everything got ruined. I'm like, god damn, it must have fallen even harder then. Yes, drains your tokens. Whoa. No, really, I mean, memes do be the DNA of the soul for reals. For reals and trues. This is borderline a dry brush, which is kind of weird. I mean, it's working though. It's working. Like I get the dirt, like I get the other bullshit. But you know, I have to imagine it's an awful place. Unfortunately, just like a lot of places just kind of gone to shit with the internet becoming more prolific and stuff like that, and that's just kind of the consequence. It sucks, and that's why I think that like now you got to take the spaces you really like and curate them super hard. Like, you know, treasure them, treasure the people, treasure the memories. If there's a data component, back it up. Please back it up. Please, if there's anything on the internet you find precious, please back it up as much as you can. I understand that hard drives are expensive these days, but do what you can. I'm apparently melting, but otherwise I'm doing pretty good. We're talking about Gnosticism and people who would try to summon internet succubi. Or magical succubi, but they were on the internet asking about that. Yeah. Not female citizens. That could be true. I don't know how I'd even verify that information. It's just kind of like, oh, okay. Oh, that's a sweater and apron. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Ah, there we go. Let me get my ass in focus, Choto. Hey, there we go. All right, let's work on the bases some more, and I'll go back to. Well, actually, hold on. You can go ahead and start working on these lads. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the Carcass Front too. Like, I think I mentioned that like my local area has sort of got into like sort of like a cold storage sort of deal while we're waiting for the Carcass Front to come out. I don't like, you know, I don't know if that's going to lead to a lot more campaigns and stuff, but worst case, I'll end up with some cool minis and like, you know, that'll be cool. I will be painting some Carcass Front stuff on stream. Probably mostly the heretics. I have a lot of pilgrims already, so I'm not like, you know, no, I don't super need them. This is a Gnostic. I choose not to pry further. That's probably for the best. I feel like it's like one of those things that like, if like, you know, you wouldn't print a succubi. I have been on the internet. People do print. There's a lot of saucy succubi minis out there for sure. A ton. Especially because like that is like a trend too with a lot of like people in like my mini factory, is that they'll do like a miniature release and then they'll have like one pinup. I guess people have probably done like the numbers and calculated that like, yeah, you could release a bunch of models and then just have one that's just like not necessarily always tits out. They could just be like a cheeky little bit of cheesecake. Well, arguably, a lot of the saucier minis are ones that are meant for, like, D&D. And how you doing, Horror Living? How you doing? Nice. Like, because, like, I mean, there are people that want their, like, Space Wolves to have tits. That's just a thing that happens. But, like, arguably, a lot of 40k stuff is pretty sexless. So, like, yeah, but once you get into, like, D&D stuff, people really want pin-up tieflings and shit. That's mostly my experience. Unless you're that one guy on my mini factory that just does nothing but like naked catgirl Imperial Guard regiments. And that's like basically all they do. So like that's there's definitely a market, but I do think the D&D pinup one's a bit stronger. Yeah, people do like a good cake. Source me, guy who owns Kingdom Death minis that I need to paint. Yeah, no, it's called like his name is like Penguin Zero or something like that. It's not like Critical's old username, but there's some on there. You'll find them. They're on my mini factory. They're pretty easy to find. Yeah, I appreciate that like hyper specific niche catering. I mean, as somebody who is arguably hyper specific niche catering myself, like, you know, I think that's a noble pursuit. Yeah, it would be funny if Critical was like, yeah, I do this. I did find out that, like, not terribly long ago, that apparently, like, I don't know how connected, but I know that I think the guy who does the Lancer art is like really into like big women and draws like a lot of like erotic big women art. So it's like, yeah, you know, people are like that sometimes. You'll do a thing and then you'll have your hyper specific actual interests that you just kind of keep off to the side. Like the guy who does the cat girl stuff could totally just be someone else doing stuff. More horror. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like the bestiarm ones, where it's like they got tits, but they also look really like, you know, they look like proper demonettes. I'm a big fan of their I'm a big fan of their demonettes. The bestiarm demonettes are probably my favorite. If I had to pick. Puppet. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. So I would not be surprised. But yeah, usually I don't go for pinup stuff just because like I don't know. It's like every now and then like I've gotten the urge and like I've downloaded a pack. It's like, well, it comes with a pinup model and I'll print it. Be like, nah, I can't do anything with this. I can't really do anything with this. So I'll just kind of like it'll just like sit around for a while and be like, okay. I'm not gonna do anything. I'll clear out some space. So apparently, like, I uploaded the jump pack captain to like all the places yesterday, and apparently, I guess a lot of people on Instagram really like him because I've been getting like a bunch of follows off of that. Oh yeah, for oh that guy, yeah, like cheerleaders and stuff. That's fun. And yeah, there's some spicy Sigma nuns which are nice. Martyrdom devices. Why? It's. Maybe I understand martyrdom devices are really cool, but as like I don't want to be the min-max guy, and I really don't. But there's times I'm just like, why would you run those? You could do it. You could put those points towards like anything else. But it's like, yeah, no, but they're cool. You give a guy bombs, and I'm like, the part of my brain is like, you run it because it's cool, how? But then it's like, can't. I could spend those points on like a cool guy. I have to run cool guys. Well, I also mentioned this too. I'm when it comes to playing like war games with campaigns, I always lean really heavily on I go tall. I go tall over wide. I give all my guys really cool gear. I get all the cool elite dudes. It's even when that's not necessarily the best like to do mechanically, I do that shit anyway. I do remember it is really hot where I'm at right now, I'm not gonna lie. Explain it to someone. True. As opposed to the flesh knot that I have to explain to no one and I can just leave that shit sitting on my house. No one will ever question the flesh knot. I get a lot. Every now and then I'll get like DM messages of like, hey, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh. Also, people asking me for the song and I don't remember. I just remember the song is from one of those like worst video games music of all time compilations. And there's a model that's like a sequel to the flesh knot that I have not printed yet. But it has a perfect song picked out for it. Those dwarf cheerleaders. Oh yeah, exactly. Those are perfect dwarf cheerleaders. Would not change. Exactly. Get that bulk. But yeah, no, I'm fucking melting. I do want to get better, but the thing is, like, I do want to get better at skin. I do want to paint some of those Kingdom Death models. But my brain is always like, yeah, you'll get better at painting like human skin, and then someday you'll get around to them. And meanwhile, I'm like slowly painting the giblets on this weird fuck ass moth thing. I'm like, well, I don't know me. We're certainly going down a path. Let's let speaking about giblets, let's let you dry because you got a lot of watery shit in there. His flesh nubbins, his little nubbins. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying nubbins, or meaning to say nubbins. I might say something else. Oh, the flesh knot. Oh, it's if you check my Instagram, okay, here's a fun game you can do. Go to my Instagram, or you can go to my YouTube. If you go to YouTube, go to the shorts. Scroll down, and then when you see him, you'll see him. You're gonna be like, "How? That's like a tautology. That doesn't make any sense." No, trust me. You'll see him, and you'll see him. You'll know. You will be aware. You will experience it. You'll be cursed with blessed knowledge. Oh god, yeah, it is right now it's raining a lot, so it's actively like not super duper hot, but I think without rain it'd probably be like, let's see. Here, let's say it's been like 35 degrees Celsius to I'm converting online to like 38. That's generally the range of how hot it is where I'm at. Which to be fair, I live in an area where that's not unusual, so like I'm pretty well prepared for it. I'm not like actively melting and like have no idea what's going on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, that is him. Yeah, I kind of forgot that I live him on there. Yeah, it is. That might actually be what's going on. It's pretty humid where I'm at just because it's been... I live in an area where it's like technically we don't get a lot of rain, so anytime rain shows up, it's like a nice positive thing. But it's been making things really muggy. Like it's gone from like cool rain just to like just fucking just like swamp rain now. Cool. I don't know how I feel about this. Higher acid 35 on the regular. Only during the summer. And like well into October. But besides that, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. How you doing, 14? How you doing? You get used to it where I live. It's fine. The only thing we're not used to is the other direction. If it acted like we had like a big ice bullshit this last winter, and nobody knew what to do. We were actually like locked in our homes because no one could break the ice, and we just didn't have like good public utilities to handle that. I was like, hey, yeah, how you doing, 14? How you doing? I'm working on my Trench Crusade, dude. My Gregori Gorgonzola. Let's go. Is that good? No, it's fine. That's correct. Right now, the order of the day is I'm painting brown on brown with a little bit of like yellow brown, you know, as one do, all the browns. I unironically would probably even like in the hottest of summer, probably if I went over there, would bring a jacket at the very least. I grew up in like a very cold American state because that had like a lot of like snow and stuff, but where I moved to, it's very warm, and I've definitely gone native now. Oh yeah, no, Southerners go apeshit when ice appears. That is very true based on my experience. That is pretty. That is real and true facts. So modern antisocial. Well, like okay, so when I say that, what I mean by that is like other places will have like, you know, like salt trucks and like, you know, stuff like that, and like some of our main roads were salted. But like I lived in an area where like nobody was gonna reach. It was like just like the burbs, and then just like no one was able to come, and then I should have phrased that differently. Whatever, no one came. But like and like I didn't have the tools to break the ice. I didn't have like a heavy duty shovel or anything. I was lucky that a neighbor had one that I could borrow, so I could crack my way out of my own driveway. And like I just didn't have like. And like I didn't get any salt, not because I didn't want to buy salt, because everybody else cleared out every place that sold road salt like 3 days before. Yeah, we didn't. All of our salt and sand was just bought out because that's just how infrequently we get that. Trench my crusades. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it's like. Once again, I haven't painted Trench Crusade for a while, but really the answer to that is like, do I hate the game? Am I now anti-Trench Crusade grifter, starting my 8-part video series on the Siege of Rax, like every other fucking one does? But what's it called? But nah, it's just that, like I kind of painted all I really wanted to paint. Like all my armies were sort of feature complete, but now that I'm putting together the Great Hunger, like there we go. I just use regular super glue, like Loctite stuff, but what I do use is do that baking soda trick to make it activate really quickly. Yeah. But yeah, but for comparison though, like, you know, a little bits of snow craziness aside, like otherwise the weather is either like mild or warm. And that's not too bad. There's significantly worse fates than the weather I live in. And done. Little shed with a blessed artillery shed. Hell yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, I also do need to do like field encampment gun. Like when you get scenarios, it's like, oh yeah, there's like a machine gun and a mortar on here. I don't have any of those, and I have some STLs that I want to use for those. I just haven't. Too fucking bad. Yeah, no, exactly. It's once again, it's tragic, but also like in the grand scheme of things, I can't complain too much. It had to have its own rule. Oh yeah, it hasn't happened in a while. It's really kind of mostly like one or two people. It's that thing that's like the what was it like? It's like an old internet rule that's kind of fallen. It's like that like Godwin's law that after a while, just during like a heated internet arguments, Hitler eventually will come up. I think it got to the point where someone was comparing Skeevan to the SS, and I'm like, we gotta tamp down on this. We gotta tamp down on this right the fuck now. This is getting stupid. And I was like, nope. Yeah. Plus, oh yeah, take it easy, Dima. I know it's hella late where you're at, so hopefully you get some good sleep, yo. So yeah, so I was like, nah, I'm good. I like to keep my Discord fairly open, which is why like I'm like pretty lax, but it's always like, don't want any children in there. I don't want any porn in there. I don't want this to turn into just to like the argument chamber, which usually it's not. So when it does, I clamp the fuck down. And yeah, also like the usual, don't be a dick, which I think overall I can't complain too much. Also, it looks like it's ad break time, so I'll see you guys in a bit. So wow. Pro tip, God's own pie. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, our LGS has been getting hit by a lot of spam bots too. I'm like trying to show them like VTuber spam prevention techniques where it's like, oh yeah, if you set up your server like this to have like a little like trapdoor little area that if anybody posts in it they get banned. I was like, that works. I have to like, once again, I don't really go to my server, like the servers I'm in, and be like, I'm a VTuber. So like I have to keep that on the down low. Also I agree. Fish are dumb, but I do like fish. I like all animals really. I'm a big animal lad. Like me a good animal. So yeah, I don't know if the Scottish Infinity Discord could use stuff. Okay, here's a quick question too. I wonder if these are like the same types of spam bots. Do yours get the Mr. Beast? Where it's like somebody will post like screenshots of what looks to be like a Mr. Beast contest or whatever. And they're trying to get some like votes or something. I'm going to be honest. I don't understand exactly what those, I know Mr. Beast runs contests and I guess people try to bot those to get money out of Mr. Beast. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe they are linking to Mr. Beast's crypto wallet. I would not be surprised if he had a crypto wallet. That would not surprise me. Like basically the same brown. Maybe I lighten it up a little bit. A little bit of a brighter shade to this. Yeah. Well, it's either that or unfortunately Mr. Beast is just like that's a good way to trick people who could be scammed. Where like if you go to like a dumb teenager and they're like, yo, check out this cool Mr. Beast contest. And dumb teenagers like, I follow Mr. Beast. He has contest. And then they like enter their credit card information and suddenly like, you know, they have no money. Yeah, I think there's like a Kalshi or something like that too. That's like a money lending, trading, betting thing. I'm vaguely aware that it's like the devil in some form. I just don't know exactly what form it takes. The wood planks right now. Yeah, there we go. Added a little bit of that like tan color I've been using for the flesh. And there we go. Nice and easy breezy. And then right before I go back to the lad, I'm going to use... Wait, let's use that evil red for like the big horrible flesh. It's a high school. Yeah, no, yeah. Unfortunately, it's like, who would fall for a scam like this? And it's unfortunately teenagers and like older people. They're targets number 1 and number 2. Because I think we've all had that. I think I mentioned before that I got eBay scammed when I was in middle school. I went to eBay and they're like selling a timeshare for 1 penny. And I was like, oh shit, I can own property for 1 penny. Let's go. And I was like, well, it's only a penny. So if it's a scam, I'm only losing a penny. And I did that. And they're like, you won, pay $1,000 transfer fee. And I was like, nope. And what I did, I was like, well, I was like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I can't tell my parents that I might have lost $1,000. And then I checked the eBay terms of service and they're like, well, you can sort of tank like 3 actually not buying things and still keep an account. And I was like, I'll tank it. And nobody ever reported me on that one because, you know, it's a scam. They're not going to report that. And I was just like, oh, fuck. Oof. So yeah, no, I've been there. It sucks. How you doing, Joker? How you doing? Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I used to accidentally prank scam callers. So it's really funny because I understand that objectively I have a pretty light voice as a dude, but I got this light voice as a dude pretty early, as opposed to like a child. So there was multiple times when like a spam caller would call my house, and they'd ask me a bunch of questions. And then be like, whoa, so this sounds great. I'll be like, they'll just ask me a bunch of stuff about like the quality of my house and stuff like that. Like, when was the last time you got your windows replaced? And then they're like, sounds great. How do you feel about this package? I'm just like, oh, I don't know. I'll go ask my mom. And just hang up. And I was like, oh, I think I just pranked them. Conceptually, I like Godzilla a lot. I've just never got around to watching stuff. Like, The one I want to really get to watching is Biolante, just because I think Biolante is such a fucking rad monster. I also do like Mothra though. I do like Mothra, and I've watched the Mothra movie, and I forget if I watched any of the sequels or not. I definitely watched the OG Mothra. I can't do the whole Mothra song off the cuff, but I do like that. Yeah, question or criticize your culture. It's not culture's dogma. Or scam callers. Oh, hold on. Bread is I totally missed you guys having the pointless argument, and I was just like, what? Did something serious happen? I was like, no, just goofs. Just goofs and jests. You will not have your Dogma 2000. Well, when was Dogma the movie released? I remember watching Dogma the movie like a decent amount on Comedy Central just because they just played it a bunch. Like it was like one of those movies that like if you were sick, they'd play it at like maybe like 11 on a fucking like weekday, and you're like, oh shit, okay. Ah, okay. So Return of Godzilla first. Also, camera froze. Let's see. I'll write that down for later. So let me fix camera. I know it's all crazy. That is a lot. Hold on. Isn't that just Crank Yankers, the one with the puppets? Also, the thing is, I haven't gotten I haven't actually gotten a lot of scam callers recently. I mean, that's kind of like an outdated form of spam anyway. Like now now a lot of those are done with AI too. So like unless you're doing specific things to fuck with AI, you're not gonna get any fun anymore. They're gonna make a cartoon too. The Jerky Boys, maybe something like that. I don't know. Oh, Dogma is just Kevin Smith's phylactery. I believe it. I could see that. I could see Dogma being Kevin Smith's phylactery, which is a fun combination of words that everybody should say at all times. It's a fun thing. You can tell it to your neighbors. Was there a Crank Yankers movie? Probably. I feel like every South Park, every Comedy Central series got like a movie version at one point. I know Jerky Boys got a movie, but that was like a live action thing. But yeah, I couldn't tell you. I actually couldn't watch Crank Yankers. Not that I wasn't allowed. I was allowed basically full access to Comedy Central. I mean, like the cringe. I'm somebody who's really weak to cringe. Like it's like I can't really watch all those like cringe comedies and stuff like that. Like I physically recoil. And for me, like Crank Yankers was like a real bad version of that, where it's just like, oh I can't. Oh boy, oh fuck, I can't. Oh, they're about to say something embarrassing. Do something embarrassing. Oh no. No. I did see that. I was like one of the people I knew were just like, oh, you should check this out. It'll make you smile. And it did. I did like that. I have to be careful though. Not that there's anything that like wrong with that video, but Kit Boga's one of those guys that if you watch one YouTube video to completion, they'll do nothing but suggest his channel for you for like a million years. And a lot of his other stuff is like borderline like clickbait, but for like pranking scammers. Yeah, for me it was too cringe. It was too cringe for sure. It's only streamed on the Criterion channel. The the Godzilla movie or Dogma. But yeah, you know, I know how to watch things if I need to. I've been on the internet for a while. I'm a 35 going on 36-year-old man. I have the power the Zoomers have lost. I have the sorceries, both fair and foul. Let me get that goop. That probably exists at some point, that kind of phylactery. Oh, just Godzilla stuff. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I feel like legitimately I'd probably like the Criteria collection. If I'm getting any streaming service though, what I want to do, if there's one called like the Eternal Family, that's just like really niche bullshit. Which the branding's kind of fun because the branding itself is almost kind of culty in a way that's pretty neat. But yeah, that one seemed legit. But yeah, I feel like I still love the K-On It's either the Criterion Collection like streaming service or like I think that's it because like K-On! Has a movie, and it got added to that, and it's just super. I've actually never watched I've watched K-On! I just never actually watched a K-On! Movie, and I just love that it's there. I just love that's included with all these like recognizable, critically acclaimed darlings, and then just K-On! The movie streaming service. Okay, there we go. Still a good get. Still really, really funny to see there, you know? I gotta start gooping in the recesses a little bit. Yeah, it's like one of those things that like, I feel like people have been like making that a joke where it's like, you know, they'll do like fake Criterion Collection stuff and just be like, isn't that funny? And then every now and then you'll get like a reality that's like, oh no, it's things can be very goofy and silly sometimes. It's great. So what I did is I glued all these to his back, and then I used a shitload of sprue goo. I use a shitload of sprue goo. Sprue goo is life, sprue goo is love, and it looks good, but that means also like there's like a bunch of little bullshits in here. I feel like the highest art and the worst shit does kind of like match my movie ethos. Because I like weird movies, and I like garbage, and I like hidden gems. Because like if I wanted to, if I felt like it, I could just find the list of like those like because like there's like, you know, like top 10 like important pieces of American cinema, and I'd probably, you know, like grow as a person and learn something about myself and reevaluate my life. But nah, let's just watch bullshit. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of like that's why it's like the I didn't pick up anything during the Vinegar Syndrome sale because of I think that's what I was in during my move. But it's like, I appreciate that exists. I like people who consider schlock an art, and I enjoy that. I think schlock is an art, and it does have its own rules, which is why I get really passionate about schlock. So it's why I take garbage really seriously, even though I shouldn't. It's garbage. How you doing, Blank? How you doing? Hell yeah, let's go. I mean, you know, getting more kit out of your kit's always like pretty legit. It's always fun to do. Hell yeah. I've also been seeing a thing. I've not done it myself, but people have been making like quote unquote like sprue marines where they just like a helmet and like sprues and like some guns and make like little stickmen. Those are kind of, you know, that's like a haha funny little internet joke. But what I really like is somebody did that with a Harlequin, but they made it actually look really cool and abstract. And I was like, oh, this like legitimately fucks as a piece of art. It was really, really good. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, luckily this has the guy's credits too, which is also really nice. Sometimes I get weird. It's like, should I put my name on like my videos and pictures and stuff for the minis I take? And then sometimes people will just post stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, no, it's nice to have like a little marker. Like look at this. This is like I said, this is made from like Harlequin bits and like sprue, but they used like the nice curvy ones, and they made little cubes and they painted it well. It's a joke, but it's like a well done one. I'm like genuinely think this is like a really, really cool model. And shrink that down a little bit. I know, right? Because the alternative. Let me see if I can find what people are doing like as like the joke. And like, you know, it's like oh god, where are these at? Let's see, spruce space room maybe. Okay, this is gonna be tricky because I mostly sometimes people will do like a thing where they don't clip a model off the sprue and they just paint it as like a little piece of art. And that's cool. Yeah, I can't find that easy. But people would, like I said, just basically make stickmen with Space Marines. I do. I did that with for the new guy, for my captain. I did like I took my Vtuber logo and I took the what's it called, the black and white one, and made it transparent a little bit, and it looked really, really good. Yeah, exactly. So it's got that kind of like Enna abstract art vibe. How you doing, Lawrence? How you doing? Painting's been going good. How is AX? Like I said, I don't really, I'm not as active with anime anymore, so I feel like AX would be wasted on me. But it does seem like it's a lot of fun. Especially because, like, there was, apparently a bunch of nerds were doing what nerds do at any conventions with, like, anime nerds. They played Mahjong. And I guess the cops got called on them, but, like, they weren't doing anything, so the cops just watched a fucking, like, a bunch of, like, fucking Reimu cosplayers just playing Mahjong at midnight, which is really funny. That called me, wouldn't hang up after 8. Damn, that's crazy. But, yeah. So once again, that's another one of those, I'm like, I'm parsing the pun. Oh, there's no pun. This is just a nice anecdotal story. I see. Fuck. So do I want to do a slightly bigger... I think at this level, I do need to do, like, an actual, like, paint with the small brush. People, yeah. Which is wild. It's just like, come on. It's really funny because, like, a lot of times if you see like the fucking Twitter posts on those, it's always just like a bunch of people that are like, oh, come on, we were just being like anime nerds, and there'll be one guy who's named like Crypto Lover 37 that's like furry should be nailed to a cross. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no furries in this picture. Like, also, dude, come on. You open their profile and it's like the place for positive AI news. And you're like, what is happening here? Who are you? Like, as an individual, I don't mean you're online. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It kind of is kind of like, Mahjong's interesting because you can play it like as a casual pickup game, but it also, if you let Mahjong consume your life, you can. Like, I play Mahjong very casually with, like, people at conventions and VTubers I know who are people at conventions, honestly. And, like, I can, like, do a couple of really basic yakus, and I know, like, once to, like, I know what to think about, and, like, oh yeah, you know, just, like, don't fuck your hands over. But when they start speaking Mahjong, that's where I can't. People can start speaking entirely in Mahjong terms, and I get lost on that. And I don't know how much of that is like they just fucking love Mahjong, so they learn it independently, or they like play, they've been to anime conventions since they're 20 and they're like 33 now. Or the third bonus option is they just watch a lot of Akagi. They watch a lot of Akagi or Saki, I guess. And I watched a little bit of both those. Saki is fine. I like Akagi. Akagi fucks though. Akagi is so funny. He's such a funny dude. He's just like the most absolute bullshit character you've ever heard, but you can't help but root for him because he's insane. I don't say the. I mean, listen. I'm a VTuber who's gonna be 36 in like a month and some change. If I had the means, I would also have been going to conventions since I was 20. I did not have the means. I was a hiki-neat for like a while and like lost out on a lot of like prime real estate because I was depressed and poor, and for a while homeless. Not like living on the street homeless, more like living on a couch homeless. Oh shit, mimic mode disengaged. This is very rare. I'm lad again. Yeah, Kamen Rider is one of those franchises I keep meaning to try as well. I was watching X-Aid like almost to completion. And like I forget why I stopped. There was a big character death in X-Aid that made me sad. Because Dan is the best. Dan's the fucking best dude. I love him. I'm upset. I'm upset that they don't have a good fig arts, like the build kit figures for fucking the Dangerous Zombie one. Like why who gives a shit about Kamen Rider Gen or whatever? Who gives a shit about that? I wanted to build my own Dangerous Zombie figure. What the fuck? Otherwise, Kamen Rider has been like I should get into that a bit more. I should get around to that. I think I was watching Forza with some people, and I like Forza a bit. And I watched a little bit of Wizard. Like, was it Wizard? No. It was the vampire one, because I remember when he did his rider kick, a building turned into a dragon and he would kick their soul into it. And then the building dragon would eat the soul, which kept like the monster trapped. And it was incredibly dumb and I loved it to pieces. It's cooldown awkward, yeah. I did that. On a shirt. I do have a shirtless option while I keep the apron on, but nah. I saved that for a special occasion. Haha. I don't know why I had to do a goofy voice when I did that, but I'm okay with it. See what I want to do. I feel like another little bit more of that in there. More tainty taint. He's got a lot of taint. I can't help it. This guy is like 30% grundle by body weight. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me. It's 60, 70. Oh, I'm jelly. I went to one small local convention in when I was in high school. I'm sad because like I met a lot of people. I met some people there, and we played. I did a pickup game of Maid there, and like we went to get Burger King at 2 a.m. And like a lot of them were dressed up like Toho characters, which was fun. And for some reason, and in a move that I don't understand to this day as a grown man, it did not think to get any of their contact information. Nobody in that entire group that like me and my friend group just kind of became con buddies with. And it drives me nuts. But it was like that convention, Gen Con, Power Gap, Gen Con, Power Gap, Magfest. Each Power Gap is like close to a decade, if not more. I think that's fair. I do think out of the Super Sentai though, I would have liked to see the Dawn brothers. And there's the Akiba Ranger, which I don't think is really quite a series, but like it is a series, but it's I think it's own kind of like a small thing and not like a sprawling franchise sort of dealio. Yeah, it's fun being goofy and whimsical. Exactly. That's my ethos these days. It's like you gotta when things are bad, you gotta live your best life, because if you don't, who will? Let's go. God, this brush is like hella fanning out. I can at least get some of the bigger ones this way though. This is too fuck. This guy's angled very awkwardly, but there's not like a good way around that. There we go. Ooh. Honestly, I've actually not watched a proper Mystery Science 3000 video. I kind of have like a weird grudge against them. Not that they did anything wrong, but because they operate in the same series of schlock that I enjoy, that sometimes the only easy to get version of a movie is one they've already did as part of the show. And it's like, fuck, Mystery Science 3000! You beat me to the punch again by like 20 years, but still. How you doing, Spork? How you doing? Can't whip out the Clussy whenever you feel like it. Chussy. Oh, okay. I'm so used to seeing that spelled as Clussy that I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't have access to Clown Hole at any time. Yeah, I think I also have like Kamen Rider Zeo bookmarked because I know it's one of those like, I know there's a couple of Kamen Riders that are like functionally standalone movies. And is Zeo the one that has like the really crazy like cool puppet like animation monsters, like the really, really sick Biofreak stuff? I feel like that might be Zeo. Oh yeah, no, like that's what I say. There's like, they're doing a good credit to movies, and like, once again, we have similar taste in schlock. It's like a fun, jokey kind of one-sided like anger at them. I'm not actually genuinely angry at them. There's no real malice in my heart against Mystery Science Theater 3000. But it does happen from time to time, and I do get upset because that means you typically like I have to wade through like infinite variations of their stuff. Oh, that'd explain a lot. I could see that in like the little monster designs from like the itty bitty bits of the posters from what you were showing me earlier. Go back and get that flesh later, but that's fine. Doing this pretty easy breezy right now. There we go. Look at you, buddy. And I guess if I got this angle, I can get in that taint. I could get up in that taint. But yeah, no, Kamen Rider is one of those things that like I keep meaning to do. It's like Kamen Rider, Gundam. I'm sure there's other big franchises that I want to like really sink my teeth into, but those are the two. Arguably Gundam probably more than Kamen Rider. Not that I wouldn't enjoy Kamen Rider. I know I would, but I feel like I feel like there's more net benefit to my soul. Like and once again, I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, you don't have to watch all of them. You don't have to." I have to. I'm sorry. I have to watch them in order. You don't understand the disease in my brain. I also really want to watch their early stuff because I need to understand Char's counterattack. Char's counterattack is some sort of like mind bomb. And the same way that I played through all of Half-Life to understand the Half-Life brain disease, the eternal yearning for episode 3, in my experience, Char's counterattack changes people. It turns them into a different type of ascended being. And I wish to join their holy ranks, but like I can't watch like a YouTube summary video or whatever and go into it. Like, no, I gotta earn it. I gotta get it right. I have to recreate the formula, you know? Yeah, also that's true, Robert, as well. It's like, yeah, it's like you get used to, like, you can get used to changes in the franchise. And so it's like if you don't watch the early stuff, like, you'll miss the little changes and little callbacks and stuff like that. I also really want to watch Turn A. Turn A Gundam sounds like it's gonna fuck, but like it's also apparently really reference heavy. Not in like a bad way, more than like it at the time was a love letter to a lot of the other series that came before it. Also, bitchin' Gundam mustache. I honestly just love the idea that they're like they took like I think it's like an American like kind of like futurist dude, and they're like make a Gundam, and then people like I hate it, but I see Turn A Gundam and I'm like fuck yeah, let's go. It looks sick. Look at you doing a cool unique thing. I can appreciate that. How long is the cooldown on Mimic? If you click the thing, it should say. It should be like, I think it's open now technically. Yeah, it's like W, build, Forze was always the ones I was told. I think even Xaid for a while was kind of recommended. I don't know if that's still true or not. Also, just like how Pac-Man is evil in Xaid. There's like a whole movie where Pac-Man is evil. And it's Kamen Rider movies are just kind of interesting because they're like three-way crossovers. And on paper, they feel like they should be like fun little non-canon things. But then you check out the summaries, you're like, oh yeah, no, they're very important to the story. Like there's like, oh yeah, there's like a lot of characterization that only exists if you watch this crossover movie. Which is buck wild, but also fascinating. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about where it's like I on paper think a lot of like Kamen Rider stuff is really neat. It should be available now, yeah, Jay, if you want to give that a go then. I think I've just also had like a bunch of weird, like I remember like one time I was like, all right, I'm gonna really get into this Kamen Rider series. I'm gonna start from the beginning when a show is airing. I'm gonna watch Kamen Rider Wizard, which a little bit I saw was neat, but like it didn't grip me super hard, and then the barrel is not super great. I think there's a new one coming out. It's like Kamen Rider. It's like a cat versus mouse theme. I need to set a reminder. I need to set a reminder when that becomes a thing, because maybe hey, there we go. All right, I'm back, baby. Maybe that's what I gotta do. Maybe I gotta catch a Kamen Rider when it's new, like when it's airing, when it's fresh. It's been a while since I've actually caught anything like fresh and new too, which would be nice. I was talking with like a friend of mine. She's like a big Alien Stage head, and I've watched Alien Stage, but I was introduced to it by two friends who were like really into Alien. For context, Alien Stage is like a YouTube series, where aliens have enslaved Earth, like total complete domination. And every now and then they sort of do like a musical sort of like Hunger Games thing where you compete against other humans and they vote on you American Idol style. And if you don't get enough votes, I think it's just like a bomb collar goes off. You fucking die. Also, enjoy your lurk, yo. Enjoy your lurk. So there's always kind of like little, like, because it's entirely done through like music and like kind of like flashbacks and kind of like metaphor and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff people could imply on and like really like ruminate on, stuff like that. I was like, oh, that seems cool. But like the two people I was watching with were like really into it, and like they already been like knew all the secrets and have already discussed a lot of shit. So I was just kind of like, oh, I have no time to process all this. Okay. This is cool music. I mean, it was cool music. But yeah. But also I can't blame them though. It was cool, and like I would have never found out on my own, so I would have never seen it otherwise, but we'll show you the growth of their franchise. I haven't seen Guyver either. I do know that there's isn't there like an American Guyver movie? That might be some movie night bullshit. American Guyver could easily be some American movie night bullshit. Technically, there's no American stipulation on movie night. I mean, also too, if I'm gonna be honest, if I had to pick one country for movie night movies, Italy. A lot of the most batshit fantasy stuff you've ever seen comes from Italy. It's just sort of how it is. Italy, circa like the 70s and 80s, was like the schlock country, and it's beautiful for that. Anyway, it is so this is gonna be my Gregori Gula, my Gregori Gorgonzola for Trench Crusade. It's like the special big flying unit from the Great Hunger Trench Crusade sub-faction thing. I'm currently working on mine, which is doing pretty good. Tokyo, we might have. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, there's like a million, because that's kind of a funny thing too, because before it became like a lot of the schlock became like fantasy. There's a lot of it that was just like Greek. It's just like, yeah, it's like Hercules schlock, which is kind of fun. And yeah, I don't think we've actually properly watched a lot of Hercules schlock, which you know, probably going to happen at some point, you know. There's two Guyver? I knew there was one. I didn't know there's a fucking second one. What the hell? Americans, they crave the Guyver. They get like up inside this, getting really watery and bullshit. I'll have to come back to that later. Now where's my bone color? Let me take a sip real quick. But yeah, he's my fun, fresh, flappy boy for Trench Crusade. And then in theory, like, I mean, so I'm torn. So I got this guy who's going to be my Lord of Tumors, but I'm like not feeling it as much. He might just need some more TLC, and like I might be excited to do that, but I don't know. I think it's missing something. It might just clash too much with the rest of my armies. It's cool though. I really like that entire set as like I said over here. As that kind of, what was it called? Like the Hollow Knight Trench Crusade stuff was really sick. But it almost does kind of feel like you need to have a whole army like that, or you're just gonna clash wildly. I fucking love it. Such a fucking good song. See, this brush is weird because it's like, it's really, like, I'm pretty sure I went in and, like, alcohol bathed it. Beanpole. He is kind of, yeah, the normal one is very thin. Mine's definitely more the chunky side, but I'm okay with that. All right, there we go. I'm not quite dry brushing it, but I'm just kind of like keeping it pretty light. This is probably functionally... This is actually kind of close-ish to a dry brush. I've also... The weird thing is, like, I've gone through a bunch of different colors how I like these. I think I've previously done them more sort of, like, brownish. Yeah, no, this is functionally a dry brush. Let me get, like, an actual brush just to see kind of how this would behave. No, fuck! Okay. Psycho Goreman is a movie that I've pulled up to look later, and I just have, like... You know, sometimes you like pull up a thing to look into and you just like misplace it. That was me in Psycho Goreman. I was like, I need to check this out, and then I think I accidentally just like closed a tab too early or something like that. I think because also I think there was a while too. Maybe I might have even got rid of Rich Evans. Isn't that? Wow. My Oshi Rich Evans. Nah, if we're talking about any red letter media guys who might be my Oshi, it'd probably be Mike. If I'm gonna be real. But it's funny because like that's kind of a joke and kind of not. I genuinely am like. All of the red letter media guys are living my dream, where it's like you live in you have like a big warehouse with all your buds, and you get to talk about and share your passions with everybody, and like that's your life. I actually don't know if any of the red letter. I think I'm vaguely under the impression all the red letter media guys that's like their full-time gig. I don't know that for 100%. But it's like that's nice. That's neat. That's the goal. What like I don't even care if I'll never reach that goal or not, but it's like it's still kind of like for me red letter media is sort of like the platonic ideal of like being a thing on the internet. And it's like yeah, there we go. Yeah, I know they do like voice acting and they show up in things. For me it's more like I don't know if they're doing like ostensibly at some point in the past like Mandalore had like a day job. And now I know he does like consulting work and stuff like that, and, like works on video game things. But like I don't know if he ever like I don't think he ever like quit a day job to be a full-time YouTubesman. I could be wrong on that though. Maybe that's changed, but as opposed to like yeah, I'm pretty sure all the red letter media guys like that is their full-time position. And if like red letter media ever shut down, they would need different work. Yeah, there we go. I used a little bit of that like Joe Sonia's mix to kind of like get that real thin. Yeah, like the Hooded Horse, which did, I did see that, where it's like, it was they like, I think they were responsible for there's like a Might and Magic port recently that kind of like upgraded graphics, but also like fixed a bunch of kind of like things, and I'm vaguely aware of that, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it could also be that maybe he did just work in the video game industry and then just kind of did well enough between YouTube and his job that like he's just now like a video gamesman full time, which is cool. I think he's earned it. I think he's definitely earned it, you know? Yeah, like the whole like Might and Magic franchise is something that like I've only played Dark Messiah, which I enjoyed, doesn't count. Like for me, if somebody's like, "Oh, have you played a Might and Magic game?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dark Messiah." I don't think they'll be like upset. Because Dark Messiah is a cool game. It's the kicking game. You guys know the kicking game. But I've never played any of the classic ones. I have played the board game a little bit at a friend's house, and I will say I was playing one of the skeleton guys, and I did feel the sweet, sweet necromancer lure of having like a million billion bone boys. The board game's really fun, but it's also one of those like $200 prestige board games that require you to like basically have a shelf just for it, which is really, really baller. But yeah, I'm somebody that I will never own board games myself other than Kingdom Death, and I will just play them at other people's houses, which I'm okay with. I like playing at other people's houses. I just don't own any, really. Yeah, it's every now and then. Yeah, it's like, you know, I wouldn't want that for like every game or every experience, but sometimes you do just want like a million undead. Maybe if I ever did well, that's not true. I saw the video that Lore Master showed off that showed the Blight Kings for Total Warhammer, and my boys are back in town, and I love them so much. How you doing, Huggy? How you doing? Big stretching. They have the Putrid Blight Kings in Total Warhammer 3, and they look so good. I mean, okay, so they look bad because they're like early, like not early access, but early in development. So they're like missing textures and stuff. But like the way they move and the way they crash into things, and you can see like little like textureless like bells in their stomachs, like the official models. I'm just like, oh, they're here. They're finally here, performing for you. And if you know the words, you can join them. I don't know why I decided to go DK on them, but like, you know. But yeah, unironically, I'm very happy for them. I love the Blight Kings, and they're the classic ones too, which I was expecting because the Age of Sigmar ones are nice, but they're Age of Sigmar specific. got way too runny. I'll have to go back later in there and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like, it's tricky though, because I've actually basically gone like, when did I stop playing Half-Life 2? Like, I've played video games on stream since then, but I've mostly worked out playing video games as like a regular franchise series thing. And like, there was a couple I wanted to do. Like, I still want to do Baroque and maybe like Panzer Dragoon, but like, I kind of don't mind it actually. Like, I've got some more time to like work on minis and be more creative and do like the little projects and stuff like that, which I think is probably a net benefit to me overall as like a VTuber and a person and whatnot. So yeah. Which will also include this week. I think I've already put out my schedule and stuff like that. But the same big monster nights. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I think the Magoth Lords are unfortunately on those like, they're still legal and everything, but like if I had to imagine, like I think they'll probably keep the Glockkin around for like a million years because the Glockkin genuinely fucks. I could see them one day just quietly retiring the Magoth Lords, which is sad, but like I would not be surprised. We take you through, yeah, exactly. We take you through this Nurgle rap. What? I can't. There's not like a good DK equivalent for Nurgle. But yeah. You know, they're thicker than I would have liked. I'm using that like Joe Sonia's magic mix too, so it's kind of like a slightly more precise than I would have. A little bit more blendy. It's also making like the strokes kind of more pronounced, which is kind of neat. And these like really weird sort of like shell bits of this. And I'll probably eventually dry brush the bone color with some, what do I dry brush it with? Probably, yeah, I have like a dark ivory somewhere. That'd be like a good finisher for this. Maybe in like the tips. But yeah. Yeah. All the Nurgle models are good. They're so good. It's like, I think like lore and stuff wise, I definitely fuck more with the word bears, but it's really hard for me to look at a Nurgle model and not be like, fuck yeah, buddy. Fuck yeah, look at this, look at this gross fucking lad. I love him. He's just mostly made of tumors. He's mostly made of tumors, and I need to paint him. I'm sorry, that's just how it be. And that's beautiful. That's beautiful. On there. Yeah, it's hard. Like parody songs are one of those things where it's hard. They're harder than you would ever think they are. You're like, I can make a little parody song, and then you're like, oh, actually, no. It's. There's a reason why like Weird Al is as big as he is, and why everyone else is like, I wish to hit you with hammers. It's the inherent nature of parody songs. You walk a fine line. You walk a fine ass line, and if you ever fuck that line up, the hammers come out. Drop on there. It's hard because this thing is a big ass fucking bottle, so it's like. Sometimes even just like angling it just to get like a little bit dropped on the palette's kind of tricky. Brushes are falling apart. I'm due for a new series of brushes. That'll be like maybe like a next month. So I've been shopping around for a mini traveling case because I'm gonna need one. I'm gonna need one for Under the Dice Fest. Can't bring my big old fucking tubs. And I think I found one. Apparently the Jukoki or whatever, those big regular ones that a lot of people use are currently have like a sale. So I'm hoping that sale lasts a little bit longer. And then if so, I should be gravy. What is looking? He's looking. I might find out later that these will need a little bit more. Like I said, I mean, I do probably want to do that like dry brushing on the. So also, you know what these are kind of doing, and I'm realizing kind of subconsciously. Is I'm sort of accidentally recreating the color of my garlic lads. It just didn't cross me into this moment that I'm kind of rebuilding the garlicky look to them. And I'm okay with that. I've always kind of wanted to do a like a crossover between my garlic guys and some of my death guard guys. I've had some ideas for having like one of those like the garlic lads just kind of like parasitically attached to a death guard dude's back, but just make it like a black garlic with kind of like white hollow eyes. It's in the thing to maybe do, and I just haven't got around to it yet. Oh, welcome back, yo! Welcome back. Yeah, I've made pretty decent progress. I got this. The base is looking very basey. This guy still needs a lot of work. That guy still needs a lot of work, and that's fine. That's okay. Oh, that's probably too thick. Do I want to do do I get a sponge and try to work some of that off? That's not bad, actually. How you doing, Rox? Yeah, it kind of does. I'm okay with it, though. Like technically, I always have that thing, too, where I like my models to have some thematic connections to each other. Just because, like, the thematic connections mean that, like, if I ever need to move models between armies, I have that option. Which is very, very fun. Like, I've used turnip guys for 40k before. They were like lost in the damn cultists. They were perfect for that. I've done similar things with Trench Crusade. I mean, mostly so far it's been turnip to other ones. Like, I don't think I've actually used like a 40k model for Trench Crusade yet, or vice versa. But I could probably. Yeah, because I want the idea that like in turnip that all the garlics are like weird parasitizing creatures, but they're trying to be friendly and helpful with it. So I like the idea. It's kind of like the black garlic is like, it's like, oh, this is one of them that's been corrupted by Nurgle. Where it's like its parasitism's kind of been like unlocked. But by the same token, like because of this, it's like a fully tainted creature. So I want to do something with that, but like it's you know, I have infinite ideas, and the ones I follow through on can vary between like a multitude of different reasons. Yeah, I know it's the best. If you put garlic in anything, it tastes like sweet, sweet, delicious garlic. That's why garlic the best. Garlic the best. Oh, now we're listening to the full. Now we're listening to the full Sick album. Hell yeah. Blah, yeah, I know some of you fucks don't like garlic, and that's too bad. I love it. Go get a little bit on this big bulb. There we go. This is probably more the shade I should shoot for than some of the brighter ones, but it does seem like it's like relatively drying out, so like if I need to like retouch up on that later, not the worst. It also probably helps that this has like a nice big area that I can kind of more evenly deposit the pigments and stuff like that. You get the actually like nice big brush stroke zone. You see those like nice little recesses in there. Yeah. And then gooey batwing poking out a crack. I could maybe modify this, but it's fine. To be fair, if I am doing well, this model should never hit the table. This one in particular. If things are going well, the base and then the flappy guy who is going to go on that base, those are the ones that I want to win. Those are the ones that should be succeeding. If this is on the table, my guy is dead and needs revived. Not the worst, mind you, but like still. Have a good leather recipe. Not really, actually. I'm still kind of experimenting with leather myself. Just because, like, I use... There's, like, a lot of leather on, like, Space Marine, like, pouches and bullshit. But I've not gotten, like, a good... I've been doing that thing more where you take, like, a dark leather color and then you take a lighter one and you just kind of use, like, little... kind of, like, thin, repeated strokes to kind of create that texture of being, like, worn out. I have been trying that out recently to mixed results, but it definitely feels like there's something there. Whether I might need to, like, look at what some other people are doing or what. How you doing, Skippy? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, you don't like the weird gross opening? You don't like it when this model shows hole? Derogatory? How you doing? How you doing? Alright, let me do this. I mean, he starts with -2 injury dice, so like that helps. It definitely helps, but yeah, no, he's potentially not long for this world depending on dice results. Experiment with painting leather. Yeah. What do you guys fucking think I was talking about? The fucks? Get a little bit on there. Yeah, I mean, same. Like the dark flesh tone is just really good for a lot of things. There aren't flesh, no fire keyword, please. No, I don't want my guys roasted, slow roasted, or fast. I tried to say like flash fried, and that just did not work out. There we go. Yeah, I didn't mean to, like, I was not exactly shooting for garlic, but I'm okay with it. Once again, I already have some garlic dudes, so if this has any kind of like similar thematics that I could kind of mix and match, I'm okay with it. Something like that. I think the more I do this, the more these brushes are separated, which is bad. Well, I figure what's going to happen is, like, once I start applying the enamel wash, this is going to darken the fuck up. So I'm not, like, super worried about this color just yet. It's me, I'm becoming garlic. I mean, I've already been garlic man, both in terms of models and also just a sweet, sweet, delicious flavor, so... I think it'll be fine. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll get this, I'll do some enamel, and then I'll see how the color looks, and I can tweak from there. Oh no, it is great for it. It's delicious. It's good for you. Garlic's got a lot of shit going on. Nice. Good flavor. Good flavor out of 10. There we go. Let's keep hitting these up. Well, I still got some of the magic mix on there. To be workable again. Depends. If you get it while it's still, like, fresh. Like, I blow dry mine very quickly just to make it partially dry, and then I can still work it with mineral spirits if I really, really want. I think once you get past, like, maybe, like, a half an hour of being left alone, they're pretty settled. But yeah, like, especially, like, if you're wanting to do, like, enamel blending, or, like, do what I do, that, like, reductive technique where you put on some paint and you, like... let it dry a little bit, and you use like sponges and mineral spirits to remove bits of it. You got some decent working time. Oh, I have not, no. I know there's that like garlic confit or something like that, where it's like you take a bunch of garlic and you like slow roast it for like hours. I think it's one of those recipes that you need to like, you can't just put that shit in a crock pot and wait. You have to like slowly roast it on like in a pan of oil, like on a low heat, and you have to check on it and stir it a bunch. There was a Vtuber that made that. I think it was Charlotte. I think it's Charlotte the Bear who did it. And it looked good. I think did she post a picture? No, I don't think she did. I think I just looked up a picture online and was like, oh man, this looks like a fox. Same hat. Hey, there we go. It's confit. There we go. I could not remember how it was pronounced or anything, so... Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, the overlap between Turnip and Trench, I wouldn't say it's like 1-to-1, but I do think like Trench Pilgrims and Turnip is like a pretty good fit. Or you could do some Hell Dudes too, but like, you know, I think both works. I think both work pretty good. Date, one of my favorite songs. I fucking love Date. It's good. It activates neuron real good. So these fucking little things. It's like really splotchy. Maybe instead of using that magic mix, what if I use some flow improver? Let me see how this looks actually. I have to be careful because I don't want this to be like too thinned out because I do this a lot. Oh, you can just oven it. Okay. I know there's like some of those slow recipes that you have to like babysit constantly or just immediately implodes. So I think I was just thinking about one of those, to be honest. If it's easy though, that's nice. I might have to do that one of these days. Give me a big old fucking jar of garlicky goodness and just say, like you said, just like stick a fucking roast in there. I haven't made like a good pot roast in a while. I don't own a crock pot anymore though, to be fair. I did that stupid thing that I got an Instant Pot when that was hot and fresh, and I do use it. But like, I was like, I don't need a crock pot anymore. This is for chumps. And I think I just got rid of it because I just needed space. Which is stupid, but whatever. You know, you make mistakes. But, I don't use my Instant Pot a huge amount. What I mostly use it for is Thanksgiving. Because at the end of Thanksgiving, I just take all my leftover celery and carrots and turkey bones and giblets, and I broth the ever-loving fuck out of them. And it's so good. It's so fucking good. It's glass oven casserole pans. I could get that too, yeah. I do think there's the inherent just like easy convenience of just like a crock pot though is very nice. Or crock pot equivalent. I don't think it needs to be like name brand. There we go. So we got this to like various degrees. Definitely could use some more touch-ups. Some of these are like way sharper than the others. Now the question is what the fuck do I do with the wings? So I gotta get into like, this one's just kind of inherently weird and fucked up. My thought process is like, I could dry brush on here. I also kind of wonder though. Yeah, my thought process is that like definitely this should not be the same color. What I was maybe thinking about fucking around with is some speed paint, actually. I got that, like, murder scene that I really like for, like, a purpley, sick color. I say as I do my funny little dance where I go through all my paints to look for the one I'm looking for. I do this every time. I still have not built the rack. I got a new... Hold on. I have this dusk red, actually. That might be the key. That was not the one I was looking for, but we might be a happy little accident in this bitch. Also, see you guys in 3 minutes. Wow. All right, let's go. Also, congrats on winning the game. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Also, see, I told you guys. I told you that the frozen peanut butter and jelly was a good idea. You guys said I was mad. You said I was crazy. No, good shit. How you doing, Gideon? Or Gid, sorry, my bad. How you doing, Gid? How you doing? Yeah. I heard. Congrats. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Also, if I remember right, the Elvis sandwich had like, it was like honey and bacon, and he would like make them out of those big like sub sandwich loaves. I'm vaguely aware. Okay, now that I'm not sure about the not defrosting bit, but you know, shine on, you crazy diamond. Okay, so this is me using that like dusk red. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm kind of feeling it, actually. I'll continue with this little stretch because I gotta be sure. Also might need a brush with a bit of a bigger well in it, so that way I can like really get into it. It is a speed paint, so it's like going into the recesses pretty well, almost sort of like wash style. Still getting that original tint. But yeah, how did it go? Was it like how was like the post game stuff too? Because like I'm glad you won, but for me the post game stuff is that's where the real fun is. Hopefully your post game went well. Or if you're still figuring that out, hopefully nobody dies. That looks pretty good. It's pretty good. Fuck, like stop agitating it. No deaths on either side. Hey, there we go. Sometimes war isn't lethal. Yippee. All right, that's pretty good. Okay, these are bugging me now. I was like, this is kind of nice. That kind of looks neat. I'm not feeling it. I might fuck around with some other colors to lay over this to kind of bring it back to like something. Because it's too much like my garlic and it just doesn't feel right. So I'm gonna tweak it. Tweak it a little bit. I got some different colors. Like I could maybe little something kind of tan and bony-ish. What would be like a good? I got leather brown, but that's like too orange-ish. Yeah, I can see that. I can see it kind of looking like the baby bats. Browns do I got? All kind of colors. Drab brown, which is could maybe. Actually, let me try a little bit of this drab brown. The nice thing about these is I can always just do it over one. Just see how it turns out. Do that. We'll do a little bit of flow improver because I think for this bad boy, I want it to go kind of smooth on. Let's see how this goes. Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Greg would like Big Pepsi. I think everybody likes Big Pepsi. You guys want to hear? Apparently, there's Pepsi drama. It's like very stupid Pepsi drama. Because apparently on Twitter, somebody was like, it was like cherry Pepsi, the Pepsi that doesn't say no, and like that's weird, but like fine. But then I think people in Scotland like we're like Pepsi. You need to think of the connotations for your actions. You can't be 2000s edgy and energetic. And they retracted that. It's a very silly set of circumstances behind it. They're just Okay, I need to process all that. So you're just saying that you're just is it the implication that you're just talking with somebody very I'm missing the context. I know you are solid crazy. I know according to your name you are solid crazy, but I am missing what you're asking for. Is this you're saying you're gonna send me messages? Or are you talking with somebody in like your... I genuinely don't know. I don't know what's going on. Pepsi's anime girl fan art. Is there a Pepsi one? I know there's like Wendy's girl anime fan art and stuff like that. Yes, I mean Silence Brand is the big thing too. The Silence Brand crab is the like perfect like, oh please shut the fuck up, please I beg of you. Like the long-term damage done by sassy Wendy's Twitter, we're still feeling about that. We're still feeling the ramifications of that to this day. But yeah, no, I think that's still probably the correct response. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure if I went to... Hold on. I want to do a really stupid search. When these memes gonna hit? Never. Oh no. I need to see something. All right. Wait. Go to... Let me see. All right, let's go here. And let's type in Pepsi. There is 1,124 results on Rule 34's website. Not the definitive, but a good source. There's also 487 specifically for Pepsi Man. What does this even look like? Oh, someone just gave Pepsi Man big tits. Okay, that makes a lot. That makes sense. You know that tracks. Yeah, that tracks. See how I would react to that. I'm gonna be honest. This is sounds like you're just having a personal conversation with someone, and like I know this is a theoretical question, but like I don't know how to respond to this. Unfortunately. Yeah, it just sounds like you guys are just having a nice conversation, and because I'm not actively part of this conversation you're having, I don't really have any input. I don't know how I can like I don't want this to sound mean, but it's just like, yeah, you're just, I don't know. I wasn't part of the conversation, so I don't have like any direct thought for that. Like I'm missing a lot of context. I'm missing a lot of that kind of inherent back and forth. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you in this instance. All right, so okay, so this is how that's dried. I think actually I might have scratched a little bit, but this is looking pretty solid. Now what I want to do, there's what's the next shade? I was gonna use a brown orange, or gold yellow. Hold on. I have to move my paints around. So I got this like golden brown, which I like for a lot of stuff. What the fuck was Denny's Tumblr? I knew fucking like Wendy's Twitter. I didn't know Denny's Tumblr was trying to do a thing. Oh no, I don't want to see Pepsi Man's gender fluid. I don't like any of that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some like weird fallback for that or whatever. Ooh, there we go. All right, we're testing some stuff. I mix the original dark green brown with that golden yellow. Let's see how this looks. Like if I just go like pretty This is one of those ones that I could either do this like really, like really slapdash, or I could like really put the time into it. I think the more time I put into it, the better the result's gonna be. That kind of sounds like fun though. Like that. Like I'm okay. I think weirdly I'm okay. Concept, mind you, I didn't see it, so I didn't know if like how like crazy bullshit cringe whatever that is. Hopefully, it doesn't sound too bad though. I think if we're talking about like weird fast food accounts, that like I did like the Arby's one because it was just clearly some guy who was just really good at paper craft who would just like make like a lot of times it was just like flavor of the month anime characters or whatever, but like, you know, there was like a genuine skill being displayed there. Trippy than I'd like. Have to be a little careful about that. Very, very specific on there. Ah. Stop. There we go. So I went to saw my recording stuff light up, and I'm like, nope, nope. But did not see anything. Ghost to Steve Jobs, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I didn't even know that there was a novelty weird Nutter Butter page. I guess I never really interacted with all these. The only other like real corporate one that I know, which is kind of a fun opposite. I would always really like the fucking Tony the Tiger account. Because the Tony the Tiger account wasn't doing any gimmicks. Tony the Tiger would just go like, oh, you know what? Frosted Flakes were great, love it. And then there'd just be like 8 million furries be like, I want to suck your dick, Tony. And he's like, how about you suck down a delicious bowl of cereal instead? And they're like, no, you don't understand, Tony the Tiger. And like, God, like being an intern for that must have been just like the fucking worst. It just is all day, every day. Furries are just like tagging you in fan art and just sending you DMs, and you're like, please, please, I'm a cereal mascot. Leave me alone. I'm not Tony. I'm just a guy. I'll drink water. Chill down. Can they do an ARG? I'm always so torn because conceptually, like, I think ARGs are a fascinating thing, but like, the ones that are kind of done that have like a bit of like a purpose and vision behind them, otherwise sometimes you get just weird shit where it's just like they're just, oh, alternate reality games. They're a bit less common these days. It would be like you just see like a weird cryptic advertisement and you don't know what it's for. So like it encourages you to sort of like, ooh, look at the source code of the web page to see if you can find any hidden info. Or like, cause like Halo 2, I think it was 2 was announced. There was an ad, there was a website called like I Heart Bees. And like, it was a like pretty decent ARG, I think, especially cause like it kind of gave some like background lore on stuff. Very short. I'll say I do that as a non-Konami. Yeah, the fact that they're like Yu-Gi-Oh formats fascinate me because like they don't seem to be nearly as like Magic just has like a bunch of spin-off formats. Like I know they made that like Genesis Boomer format not that long ago, which is kind of neat, but like I don't give a shit. Hey, no, totally understandable, totally understandable. I'm working on my Greg. Specifically, what I've done is I use a speed paint. Now I'm just seeing what happens if I like. See what happens if I try to like layer on some like build up to this, but also these paints keep getting like really drippy. And I think I need to wick away the pigments a bit better. There we go. Jess, this is weird. Yeah, is it any good? I guess that's the real question, because I know that they're like, yeah, there's like no pendulums and like there's a, I like the idea of a point system for card games. Magic kind of has that with some formats where they're like, okay, this card is not banned, but it's worth like X points. And I know it requires a lot of work because you kind of gotta have to get like a bunch of people involved in that. Like really, to really make those points make any sense whatsoever. But conceptually, I like it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that makes sense for both ways. As somebody who's had like very minimal contact with Yu-Gi-Oh, like it's I don't know. I feel like, because like I've heard about stuff like Edison that makes a bit more sense. Is like, oh yeah, I liked an older format. And like Edison makes sense to me, where it's like, yeah, that's just, that's what you do. Magic has that too, where it's like they'll have like modern and stuff like that. Edison just kind of felt like a natural, like Yu-Gi-Oh equivalent of that. Like that kind of stuff seemed neat, but yeah, the Genesis kind of did feel like it was like Konami just sort of pandering a bit. But also, I'm not really a Yu-Gi-Oh player, so I don't really have an arm in this race. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is like one of those things that like I think a lot gets conceptually neat, but it does seem like, because like the little bits of Master Duel I played, it is just kind of watching someone jerk off for 10 minutes, and then you find out if you have the button that stops them from jerking off or not in your hand. And like maybe that's changed, or maybe that's just because I'm playing like low level stuff. So like by low level, I mean like like not. I got to like platinum, but like that doesn't mean shit. I think now there's like double, triple, mega platinum or whatever. Okay, so this is not done by any means, but the more I kind of layer on this little mix between the bits, this does kind of give me what I was looking for. We get that kind of like weird purpley like skin membrane, but the more I kind of do this like little layering on there, the more we still get kind of bring back the original color. There we go. Like you guys are seeing the vision, right? Looks I think that looks good to me. All right. So in that case, that makes my next plan pretty easy. Is that I will begin working on some more of this. No one takes days, the days are going to die. There's always time for Arby's. Yeah, hell yeah. I like to pretend that idea is on purpose, but that's not. Yeah, because I kind of forget that like Yu-Gi-Oh exists in that weird state of like this is vintage in Magic terms. God, you know what's really funny? It hasn't been banned yet, but there is a card from the new Fantastic Four Commander decks that is very likely to be banned in Vintage. I want to show it real quick because it's really funny. It's really funny. Because it's a card that, like, at face value is not particularly buck wild. They're considering it. I mean, it's okay. It's being watched because it's kind of leading to some like really weird, degenerate gameplay from Vintage. Behold, the Fantasticar. It is a vehicle. Ignore basically everything but this line of text. Whenever you cast your fourth non-creature spell each turn, you may sacrifice the Fantasticar. If you do, create 4/4 colorless construct artifact creature tokens with flying and haste. And here's the thing. In like a format like Commander, that's like a fun little, that's kind of cute. You know, the Fantasticar splits into a bunch of cars. It's not going to happen. Vintage. Yes. No. Not Storm decks, Vintage. You could use like, you can cast it with Urza's, like with Mishra's Workshop, and then like Mox, Ancestral Recall, something else, another 0-cost artifact. That is incredibly easy to do. Oh no, sorry. Here's what you do. You do Mishra's Workshop to play it. You play a Mox. You play like another spell or what. Oh, it's okay. Basically, there's probably a very specific sequence. You pretty much just drop the Fantasticar along with your Moxen, and then a stacks piece, so your opponent's spells are worse. You swing with them for 16 damage on turn 1, and if you drop the stacks piece, they can't really reach parity with you very easily, and then you kill them the next turn. Hell, if you have Time Vault, and Voltaic Key in that, you could, assuming that you don't get interrupted, you kill them immediately the next turn. And it's like reasonably consistent to do. And like, once again, this is a combination of cards that's like in vintage. Yeah, the Wingmate Mirror Indra, and I did some stuff to it. So I'm building that up more. In vintage, that is turn 160 damage thing, which is buck wild. And like I don't know if it's gonna necessarily be banned, but people are playing it in vintage, and it is people are kind of like, this is kind of a degenerate play style, because it's kind of like, do you get exploded by Mr. Fantastic cars, or do you play Magic? Which is wild. Oh, so I'm using just Dusk Red Speed Paint to layer it, and then I'm using a combination of the actual skin tone with a brighter yellow to sort of slowly sort of build it back up. And since that seemed to work, my plan now is I'm doing a similar thing where I'm doing the speed paint on all the rest of the wing membrane to bring it back. Ah, fuck. So they don't have that, but if you do want a really big, like a little weird Magic curiosity, so Duel Masters is owned by, like, Wizards of the Coast owns Duel Masters. And the early Duel Masters manga actually did use Magic cards. It was one of those like weird scenarios where eventually it would switch to its own game, almost kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh in a weird way. But yeah, no, I used to own some from Koro Comics where it was just like the main guy casting that like taunting elf that makes all your opponent's creatures block it, which was very funny. Also, every now and then, Duel Masters does a special crossover card with Magic. There is a Emrakul Duel Masters card that has apparently there's a lady in Duel Masters that's kind of like I think she's like a villain and plays their equivalent of a colorless deck. So it's just this woman and Emrakul together on a promo card, and it's like that's neat. I'm gonna have to repaint over that fucking middle bit too. That's fine. There we go. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh used to be a very different manga. A lot more knife play. A lot more knife play in Yu-Gi-Oh than they do now. Yu-Gi-Oh needs more people threaten each other with knives. This side is a little less. Hold on. This side's a little bit less defined. But yeah, no, there is one thing I also need to read too. I own some volumes of it, but I haven't got it. There is also Destroy All Humanity, They Can't Be Regenerated, which is a 90s period piece rom-com about nerds in Japan playing Magic the Gathering. It is, I picked up a couple of volumes meaning to read them, and I just haven't got around to them yet. But it's, I kind of love that premise just incredibly much. Like, not even, like, I mean, no. Like, I like me a good uwu romance or whatever. But, like, the fact that it's also, like, a neat little, like, period piece. Like, if I remember right, like, one of the characters slowly learns how to play those, like, really aggressive black decks at the time where it was, like, play, like Sarcophage. Like, those kind of, like, 2-mana 3/3s that would hurt you every turn. Because there was a point in time where in Magic, you would get drawbacks for cards that were powerful, and now you get presents. Like, oh man, it's the most boomer I've ever been, but yeah. These kids these days are entitled in Magic. Back in my day, you used to have to take damage to get a big beater, and now you get one for free and it draws you cards. And yeah, Black Rail ends up pretty low on promotes. Like you pretty much max out your elites like pretty early on. Not a lot of stuff you can do there. You know, pros and cons though. It's like I do think that at the very least that they were talking about at one point of doing those sort of what was it called? They're doing that thing where like eventually you can just spend extra money just to add cool things to all of your little spawn and stuff like that. I know that and like some changes to the Sultan that were being proposed, and I don't know. I have to imagine that they're like trying to get like the Carcass Front stuff all wrapped up. And then once that's ready to go, they'll probably move on. They'll move back to maybe doing some of these little balance tweaks. I did all right with Sultanate, but I might have been lucky, or also the Alchemists are kind of like, I'm not gonna say easy mode Sultanate, but definitely like they're the Sultanate that has the tools to handle a lot of issues that Sultanate normally struggles with. as opposed to playing like vanilla or whatever. Yeah. Standard's super weird now. Every now and then I keep like checking in on standard. It's basically like modern. It like turns get wrapped up real fast. Everybody's ramping like crazy bullshit. Squirrel Girl is apparently standard playable and like actually dangerous because you can shit out like a non-trivial amount of squirrels in standard pretty easily. All right, I'm gonna wait for that to dry a little bit and kind of go back over here. Yeah, I think it's supposed to come out in like July-ish. So we're probably not that far off from getting it. What I'm really curious about is what's it called? I'm talking about standard, unless Miss Bubblefoam is in standard though. She could be. I'm not super sure. I really like the theoretical idea of a 2-player campaign. Because that's always the thing that I like campaign-based war games, but a lot of them are just like, well, you get a campaign with a bunch of people or you eat shit and then you don't get to play with half the rules. So in theory, I like the idea that they're like, oh yeah, no, this is, you know, you and your bud could do like a long thing. You and your bud could do a long campaign and you get some extra goodies and stuff like that. Like, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I think building back to this color was the right choice. It still kind of has very similar tones to my Garlic Boys, but like it's a bit less so. This kind of feels like the shade I wanted to start with, so I'm okay with it. Yeah, like I'm glad. Yeah, they finally banned Vivi after people were like, "Fuck off." Yeah, I sold my. I think I had a Badger Mold Cub for a while, but I sold it because I was like, oh, I'm not playing anything competitive anyway. And I think I used some of the funds for that for the new model stuff. But yeah, no, apparently that card is a menace and it's just fucking everywhere in standard. Oh, I think what I'm going to do with the flesh wings is I'm probably going to do that glue technique where you seal it with super glue and then you can put stuff on top of it and it still keeps it shine and locks in the colors. I think once everything's said and done, that's going to be the plan for a lot of this, actually. There we go. Look at these handsome lads. I think this big boy is gonna be the real test. I should probably use a bigger brush. Go in there and just like. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this. I can also leave like little bits where I keep it kind of thin so the original like bone color can shine through. So there we go. I do think I need some more in there though. So I need a drink. There's some Grimdark Compendium has like a full tutorial on it, but it is basically like I just pour a little bit of super glue into a container. And then I use like one of these Tester's disposable brushes. And then I layer the glue on. And then, here's the thing too, like, once you do that, it does lock in the paint layers. I will say the thing you do have to be careful for. Do it thin. And if you need to do it multiple times, do it multiple times. I had it too thick. And sometimes when glue is too thick, it does that thing where it adds that like white crust around the area. And that did pick up on some of my rats. Which I was able to pivot and fix it. It's not like that's like a totally unsavable proposition, but yeah, I did have to deal with that. That was a learning thing. That was a learning thing. Yeah, boy, let's fucking go. Eventually, I have to go back and like dry brush the bases and stuff like that, but I'm okay with it. Also get some like fleshy bullshit. Basically anytime there's a hole, I need to do that. But yeah, I would like to give more instructions on the glue technique, but it's one of those things that I personally am still working on. Because like the Grimdark Compendium guys say that you can do it, and I've seen their video where you can use it to add veins. And every time I've tried to use that, I've never really quite gotten the veins to stick. I've gotten some cool effects and everything, so it's not been like a lost cause. But I've never quite gotten their like exact veining, and that's fucked my shit up quite a bit. I'll eventually get there though, or I'll just keep going my own way with it, and I'll just get something cool out of the result anyway. So like I can't complain too much. As long as a mini looks cool at the end of the day, it's fine if it's fine if you didn't quite get the technique right. A little bit on there. But yeah, so yeah, I definitely want to do that on probably a lot of this guy, if I'm going to be honest. And there we go. Also, there's still like little pockets of the fucking evil red in there, which is funny. But I also got some highlight colors I want to use for that later. So this is drying pretty good. Drying pretty good. I think while this is going, I need to continue with the sauce. So get into like this side. A lot more of this. Oh, that's maybe too thick. I don't know. I also got to make sure I didn't get like the bottoms, because I definitely did not any of this other stuff. There we go. There we go. I'm excited. I'm hoping. Like I said, I'm excited for the Carcass Front to come out, because I want to get back in on the Trench Crusade stuff. It's also kind of weird. The Mordheim scene has gotten so big where I'm at that it's actually kind of also partially moved to another shop, which is one of the shops I visit a lot, but it's not the one I go to for Mordheim. So people are playing there a bit more now. So I've actually not gotten to play Mordheim in a while. I've been starving for war games. Like I've been doing a lot of hobby days recently. That's been cool. And I know at the end of the month, I'm going to be doing the big Bad Ab bullshit, which I still need to get a couple of my minis finished for, but otherwise that project is going pretty nice as well. And then I need to study it. That system is weird because we're using effectively homebrew rules, but it's still using Horus Heresy 2nd edition as a base. So I'm like vaguely familiar with a lot of it. But I'll also look at like my Dreadnought and it'll have like 8 bespoke special Horus Heresy rules. I'm like, all right, it's got automatic shielding, and you got to figure out what the fuck that does. And what that does is you get a 5-up invul save, and when your guy would take instant death attack, it doesn't. It just takes some wounds, which is very handy. And also, when it dies, it fucking explodes in like a really strong way that can potentially fuck up vehicles. Not guaranteed, but like not improbable that if there's a vehicle nearby, it could get toasted, which is fun. I was worried about these kind of edges. This is another one of those things that like the model's really good, and I skilled it up so it'd be easier to paint. But sometimes you get a print that are like, how did they expect you to paint some of these angles? It's like they're just like all up in that shit. Greedy. I mean, that's what they're for. I feel like if you're going to be greedy on anything in Trench Crusade, I feel like exploration rules is not a bad place to do it. Unless you fucked yourself over out of something cool with your greed, but also like, you know. That's fine. What do you get? What do you get? Very, very red Corsairs indeed. Indeed. I mean, it's pretty cool for everyone. I like to think that if anyone ever murdered me, I would like to detonate on them, you know? I think that's fair. I think if somebody sets out to end my life early, I think a smoking crater should await both of us, you know? Where it's like you didn't have to do this. This is an unforced error. You did not need to fight me. All right. Crater time, motherfucker. Let's go. I think we're gonna have to repaint a little bit over the little membrane that I've done this with, and that's fine. I think Firehawks are good with your Horus Heresy. I mean, what's stopping you? I mean, if it's like other projects and time and money and stuff like that, but like if it's none of those, I mean, you could just paint Firehawks. You could just paint Firehawks. Hell, even if you only have Primaris, and you're like, oh no, there wouldn't be a good lore reason for them to have Primaris Firehawks. Do it anyway. Fuck them. Never let things get in the way of doing the cool things you like with your minis. Firehawks are cool. You should paint them. Yep. And then one more, and then I can kind of go back to actually like these fucking angles. Project help. Oh, anything I can help with? Like if you got like projects you need help deciding on to like maybe like cut down on the hell. I have some ability to help out with that potentially. So yeah, if you have any, oh, got a little bit on his ass. That's fine. If you need a project decider, I could do that. This raccoon stole his machine gun. Oh no. Oh no, that's fucked up. I'm so sorry. Listen, raccoons. It's dangerous to be a raccoon in Trench Crusade world. Also, God, that reminds there's like a new piece of Trench Crusade lore which I found really amusing, where it was like there were these guys who were basically made like a secret city in the desert, and they were like binding spirits and like having them guard the place, and they were actively like doing things that pissed off heaven and hell. So that like there was like a heaven hell ceasefire just to absolutely fuck on these dudes. Just like straight up just fucking like power blaster city from the top and the bottom. Like some people lived out of that, they just went crazy from it, but like now people keep trying to go into these old forbidden arcane ruins, and now there's just like Christian snipers. Just making sure, maybe not Christian, they're just like holy snipers. Trying to make sure they don't fucking get in there. Yeah, the Niva Novus, I have no idea how you pronounce that, but yeah. I do like that though. I that's like a funny little thing. That's like one of those things that's like I enjoy, where it's like, yeah, there's like a holy war going on, and you know, the fate of humanity. But if you piss off everybody, heaven and hell will handshake to fuck you up. Don't do that. Don't do that thing. That has to exist. There's no way there's not an artillery witch body pillow. Not an official one. I think if you ask Tuomas for artillery witch body pillow, I think he does atomize you on the spot with his glare. But now he's actually like a pretty understanding dude. It was less Fedora Atheist and more like actively stealing magics from heaven and hell for like selfish mortal reasons. It was one of those things. Oh, like, are you talking about the upgrade that lets your Shrine Anchorite become elite? If I remember right, there's rules from Methodius that says that, like, you can swap out upgrades, but you basically just lose the old one wholesale. Don't necessarily quote me on that, but I vaguely recall that's how that works. So that might be what's going on there. Getting a little bit of paint for the wood. This is probably the wrong color for it. Let me try this one. I could take a little bit of this brown. Something like this might work. Base if you equip them all 2 spears for double first attack. God, it's really fucking goofy. Also, thank you for the Haldrates. Ah, big fucking stretchy. Let's go. Yeah, I saw that where those torpedoes go. One thing that I greatly enjoy in any piece of media where you stick a live person in a torpedo, I love that shit so much. It's so good. Like, I like the servitor torpedoes in 40K. That definitely exists in like a couple of other things too. Every time a living person is stuck in a torpedo and fired, I'm just like, the good shit. Excellent, the good shit. Let's go. Love to see it. Let's see. Stuff later on for pause. Okay, yeah. Doing a lot of freehand stuff is definitely going to be really time consuming. I mean, if you're doing it for your pops, I would say maybe do like work on that first, because you know that's like you know, you gotta get the gifts out of your system so you can work on your own shit. Something fancy is not fun. Yeah, no, I mean like actual like war crime putting someone in a torpedo is not great. How you doing, Mantis? How you doing? I'm working on my Greg Gorgonzola, and his wings are currently drying, and I'm gonna start like layering the fuck out of those because I gotta. But right now I'm mixing a hot. Okay, so dark plum's fine. I hate the color named dark hot pink. I understand what it does, but there's no way I can say that without sounding like someone writing a Hustler article. It's incompatible. It's a combination of words on that color that make me sound sleazy as shit. And you're like, well, how? You can just not point that out, but it's like, I can't. It's fucked up. I can just go in there and get like little slight overbrush on some of the fleshier bits. There we go. If I had a nickel, if only I had one singular nickel, I would have money. It's a good color, to be fair, though. It like, you know, sometimes you do need a dark hot pink, unironically. Especially when you mix it with some like dark purples, and you can do shit like this. It gets really like weird and gooey and fleshy looking. Like real disgusting hours. I think also distance about that. There we go. I'm honestly like like do you have cork? Cork, little tiny rocks, and sand does a lot of work. Like I can like if anyone ever wants us to see how I base things, like how I did this base. It's not too crazy. You should get some sand. Honestly, the best place to get basing supplies, honest to God, Michael's. Or you know, craft store of your choice. But you get like a little bag of sand at a game store for like $8. You go to Michael's, you get so much shit. You get so much shit. The forbidden dark hustler. God. I have not. I mean, I've used barbecue sauce for terrain, but no, I haven't used pork yet. Also, some of these little bits are looking a little splotchy, but I can fix that. Also, the woods too. The woods is a good place. Well, also the thing too is like if you don't like the color of sand too, you can also just like. I usually actually just prime with the sand on. So that way I can eventually go back and tweak the color to whatever my needs are. I have like an infinite amount of these little pieces of shit to deal with now. I guess it's so thin. I just drained all the water from you. Yeah, I guess it's been sitting for... It probably does need a little bit of flow improver. I can fix that. So rat corpses. If only. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like the. Oh, actually, hold on. Okay. Here's some examples I haven't primed yet, and I can kind of show you. So like here's some bases for my Terminators that I'm working on, and really a lot of what these are. It is cork to build body mass. I 3D printed some Chaos Star bits, and I have some like ruined buildings. But if you just take like chunks of like big rocks and other stuff, and anything that would kind of add some flavor to your base, fine layer of sand on top. I use a mud texture paste to build the mud color, like shape and look. Fine layer of sand on top. Use these kind of rocks, these little bitty rocks, and push them in. Layer of Mod Podge to seal it. And yeah, I got the most dangerous cookie. Yeah, here's that at like a smaller scale. I'm exposing more cork here because I want this to be more rocky. Yeah, and also too, if you take like thick cork. Like I got some like really thick cork pieces. These are like edge pieces, which is why I keep them in here. Honestly, I have like one of those like magic bullet blenders that I've not used for like a million years. So I'm probably gonna like repurpose it for hobbies and grind this into fucking dust. But yeah, get some thick cork like this, and then you can also get like thin cork. Oh, here we go. I'm grabbing some. All right, I'm not going to actually glue anything. 40 millimeter base for demonstration purposes. So you can do stuff like just take like a big piece of cork, kind of rip off some chunks. Maybe build like a couple little rocks if you feel like it. Use this thin cork, and then you can just kind of like pull out some bits. You could even like layer it so you got some like elevation. You can kind of do like something like this maybe. Add some visual differentiation. So there we go. Yeah, there we go. We got like a nice little raised platform. We got some steps. I think locust spinners are neat. I've never actually played Grail in a campaign, so I've not gotten to that point where they'd be super useful. There we go. So yeah, something like that. There we go. Oh yeah, you can recycle a bunch of stuff too. Yeah, just like little filament chunks. I know some people use 3D printed resin chunks, which I don't use. Big rocks. If you have trees nearby, bark is really good for making like obsidian style stuff. Well, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Basing is fun. I like basing a lot. Yeah, thrift stores are good for shit. True. You could just take like old shitty thrift store paintings and just like rip them open. Like if they have a frame, you can rip them open, and then they got delicious cork. Buy painting, throw away painting, keep chunky recycled wood. That is the true goal in life. There it goes. That is too thin. That little mix was actively so thin that I could not see shit. Yeah, tree bark, sand. The sky's the limit, baby. I think even last time I just need to build up some like layers. Even it's gonna be like a little streaky at this stage. I guess I could thicken it a little bit with the magic mix too. I got some on my palette. There we go. Get it thicker, but also get it in a way that I can do stuff like that. Yeah, I like bark. I really like for like dramatic, like basically like Lion King style cliffs, where just like a guy overlooking a base. I've done that. I did that with my Lord of the Rings wargs. It turns out they look really, really good if you perch them up somewhere. This is probably gonna take a... I mean, to be fair, this is gonna be like a big centerpiece, guys. So like if the rest of the stream is me just slowly glazing nice looking bullshit on him, I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with that. I think this is like a good ratio. Nice thing is, if it ever gets like too bad, I could always just use the original. I could just take like a really diluted version of that speed paint and just put it into the recesses. There we go, there we go, there we go. Might also just be the thing that like the more I actively paint on this, the more it'll just kind of build up. Yeah, all kinds of bendy wire. I do every now and then just go on like Amazon or something like that and just buy some like jewelry chain too. Or a little mini scale barbed wire. Honestly, if you do a lot of Trench Crusade stuff, you can do a lot of creative things to make your own mini scale barbed wire. You could just buy that shit. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I do a lot of stuff without being crafty and handy and DIY, but sometimes you do. There's like a cost benefit analysis where like, I can just get a little bit of barbed wire, and this is gonna save me some bullshit. So The really question is, I guess I don't know how I'm going to really get to these veins back here. Those might just be left alone though. Like if this guy is going to be like a huge pain in the dick to paint in areas that like just won't be seen anyway, there's not much I can really do about it. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. So this is definitely one that I cannot glue onto a base until it is fucking perfect, you know? Yeah, at least for me, I've always had it look fine enough that I've been like, yeah, this is all right, this is acceptable. I'm also somebody who's willing to let a lot of stuff go. Like scale inconsistencies don't bother me a huge amount. So like I'll mix and match stuff that might not even like, I'm sure somebody would just be like, oh no, those are too different in scale and stuff like that. At least for me, that's not the worst. Make sure I can go into these like top bits. There we go. There we go. So nice and nice. But yeah. God, I do love basing though. Basing's so good. Yeah, I know currently, like, besides this, I have like I said, those like I got the big base for my I almost actually just painted the magic mix directly onto the fucking mini, which would have been a baffling choice. It's basically like painting water on it. But where am I going? But it's like, yeah, it's like I got some ashen claws. Not ashen claws. The it's been so long since I looked them up. It's the dudes who were like the word bearers secret, like they would send them with their jump packs to go and burn holy books of different countries and stuff like that. I think they're the Ashen Circle. I think they're at the Ashen Circle. It's like I have 5 of those guys ready to go. If everyone to scream. I'm gonna be honest, no. I'm not a big screamer. I'm not a big screamer. I'm a very quiet person, so I do not want to make loud noise if possible. I have no idea who that is either, to be fair. I don't know a lot of people though, so. That's fine. My eternal quest just to layer some colors on here. Greg is he does. He's actually, the funny thing, like I don't know if I will ever buy this upgrade, but there is an upgrade you can buy for Greg where he gets an extendo tongue, and if you get lucky with it, you can just drag a model, which is like kind of a rarish thing to do in Trench Crusade. Typically in a lot of war games, any rules that like move your opponent's models against their will is pretty difficult to do. And like you can kind of do it like as like a ranged action as well, so you can like do your kind of like fly up somewhere, and like if you fail it's not a big deal, but if you succeed you can like straight up like drag dudes like off ledges or like into your waiting zombie horde and whatnot, which is pretty cool, pretty baller. Like, there's definitely a bunch of little details I need to get, but, like, the more I do it, the more, like, the abstract of, like, oh, yeah, no, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can pretty much buy the smoker upgrade. Yeah. There's, like, another one, too, where it's, like, there's, like, some sort of, like, grasping talons or tendrils or jaws or something like that I think either does extra damage or stops them from retreating. There's, like, a couple of fun little upgrades that you can get, which is nice. I really gotta get back on the like those like central things, but it's fine. A lot of this is really just learning the magical ratio that makes this paint flow like super duper smooth. That's been a whole thing. Thank you for the hydrate. I've been chugging less water than I probably should. It's also interesting because I was like, I might finish this guy really early. I was like, nah, I'm doing some time wasting techniques, but like in a good way. I fully believe once this guy is ready to party, he's gonna look fucking beautiful, and you know he's Greg Gorgonzola. He needs to be a pretty boy. He has to. I gotta put the work in. It's fine because I could always pop back to him too. But yeah, I got what else do I have in the hopper? Like I still also got like these chuckle fucks, which I don't know when they're gonna get painted. These were kind of like they were just at my shop for cheap. They got rotator cannons, which I do not have anyway. So in other listy stuff. So I was like, oh, these will be fun. I'll use someday. About the big token. Big token. I will say big token is turning out pretty good. There's definitely like, oh god, I can see a little bit. It is a hungry ass token. The token it hungers. Which also means I have to go back here and kind of get those little edges. Nothing super crazy. I do so this is normally a much smaller print. I needed to scale it the fuck up, and because I did, it is like I can feel how heavy that is in my hand. I'm like, oh god, you are a thick boy. I also kind of wonder if I want to get like the edges. Like how much is it? You know, that's a good do. I also might I might be making this harder on myself than I need to. What happens if I take a dry brush? Okay. Oh, it's actually kind of working great. Hold on. Okay, so like I was like, maybe I need to like naturally build that up. No, I'm probably just making this too hard myself. All right, I know what I'm doing when once I'm back from break. Yippee! Let's go. All right, we're back. Here we go. I tried to mix up like a little bit of like the colors I was using plus the magic mix for a dry brush, which I don't think I've ever done. A bunch came out, but it's still blend fine. So I'm gonna try doing a really thin dry. So I like this. Oh, that's the playing dot. Okay, yeah. Sometimes the YouTube playback mix stuff just kind of does the same couple of songs. Oh, okay. So I do kind of like that like thing where it's like, oh, turn waste into gold, kind of set up. Interesting. I'm pushing with the flow improver. Does seem to be working. It's really subtle. Like when I do that thing where I rub off some of it, like a lot of it comes off. Like not a lot of it's actually showing on my dry brush palette. It requires a lot of layers, but this is actually kind of fucking actually. It's kind of doing like a really fucking smooth dry. Ooh. See, I can. It's working so well. I can actually see the little crevices where, like a little bit of that stuff just didn't fall into the recesses. Guys, I think this is the sauce. I think I might have happy little accidented my way into how this is gonna work. I want to add a little bit of this mix. I put in way too much, and it's kind of working. Let me get the side version. So many little areas I'm gonna have to touch up. That's not a big deal though. Just to make rubber. Oh yeah, I like God. There's people making so many things fuck it up and be like, fuck it, it's a toy now. I do like that kind of thing. That's kind of nice. Yeah, this is also going to save me a lot of time, I think, too, which is good. Like, once again, I can see little areas I'm going to definitely need to, like, go back and touch up. But, like, overall, not too bad. The thing I'm liking about using this magic mix for dry brushing is it actually does, like, blend. I think it does kind of blend with the dry brush, too. Like, look how... Oh, like, look at that fucking wing. Ooh, look at that fucking wing. Like, little bits, like, on the bottom I kind of want to hit a little bit more on, but, like... I just safely just can't kind of keep going back as much as I really want. Oh! How you doing, Garcia's artwork? How you doing? How you doing? So I've discovered that that if you use Joe Sonia's magic mix with colors you plan to dry brush, it actually works really well. Like, it seems to kind of do this, like, dry brush blend that you can kind of get pretty aggressive with. Which has been very, very good. Been very, very good to me. We're definitely in that, like, happy little accident tier might be turning into, like, new tool in the repertoire. I need a little bit more of the mix of the murder color to kind of build that back. A little bit more in there. Oh yeah, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I remember. Okay, I was gonna say I remember using that for like newspaper stuff. It wasn't like a cling thing, but I definitely remember like the silly putty newspaper transfers, which I feel like that's one of those things that when I say that they're like, ah, remember we used to play silly putty with the newspapers? I feel ancient. Like, you know, like I still see newspapers out and about, but like very rarely these days. It's either another thing where it's like a bunch of kids doing like a retro newspaper zine thing, or it's like oldest man ever news, and you just see somebody reading it at the bus stop. Which is kind of fun. How you doing, Thunder Crusher? How you doing? I'm currently doing this dry brush on the well, I about said the Gormagala. God damn. Okay. I'm actually surprised I have not made that joke before. Yeah, I found out that if you use Joe Sonia's magic mix with the colors you play in a dry brush, it goes on real smooth. This is what I'm experiencing right now and kind of playing around with. It's also possible that just like this wing material is just like, I was gonna do this shit by hand. What am I doing? What am I talking about? Now I gotta get like up in there. I will need to eventually like naturally layer the what's it called? The like the muscles and stuff. So it's not like this is like gonna be like totally useless to do later. Tim, John, great googly moogly indeed. I'll need to get his eye too and a bunch of other stuff. This is definitely not gonna get finished tonight, but I do want to try to get as much as I can. And maybe work on this next Monday as well, because I would like to get this done. There's another like every now and then I will want to work on a project. Like, you know, I will use the model and like I like the idea of the project enough to put together. But this guy would be like, oh boy, howdy it'd be. It'd be nice to get some desk space back. He's really big. He's really big and comes with his own scenic token. Him. Mike Lazowski's cousin. Beautiful. Tim, John Monsters Inc. Oh god, is that... Now the question is going to fucking reach back here. I hope so, because if not, I'm fucked. No, we're Gucci-ish. We're Gucci-ish. I want to join the Nose Job Club. I said, sign us up. Take it easy, yo. I also hate how I've been on the internet long enough. I'm like, man, a nose job sounds fucking what? Oh, never mind. It took me a bit before my mind reset to like normal parameters. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, Jay, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Like I can like hear the paintbrush rattle on there. Hey, there we go. That's like an area that no one's really gonna see anyway. You'll tell this place. Get the fuck out of there, here, nerd. Also, good night and take it easy, yo. Okay, that was a little. Okay, so that one is a little tricky because apparently if I don't remove enough, it does look like that, which isn't terrible, but that definitely didn't blend it as much as I would have liked. Okay, so it's not entirely foolproof. There is a method to the madness. It also might be just like the more I keep doing this, the more that like a lot of the pigment's wearing out. That's fine. I can always fix it. I get more and more of these like edge bits where I can still see color. Oh fuck, that's too heavy. Oh no, no. Okay, it's a little weird on that side, but not the worst. All right, hey, the lad, excellent. Back from your work, yay! Thank you. I'm Clinky Thor enjoying the creature. The creatures turned out good. Also, it's all good. Paranoid. Have yourself a good night and take it easy. What do I want to do now? Get a sponge in there. Hey, let's go. Honestly, I'm trying to do more to clean out, like to rearrange and organize like my crafting place so I have more room and like better organization for things. It's definitely nice for sure. It's definitely nice for sure. You're gonna be fine. I believe in you. How's it going, Lady Doomba? Welcome everybody. How you doing, Shadow Raven? Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and behold, my lad, my Gregori Gorgonzola for Trench Crusade. He is going at a pretty decent pace. I got his base. and I got his token that he makes when he dies. These are in a pretty good spot. I've been working on this lad for a bit though tonight, and hopefully it's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. It's him, Gabagool. See, what were you doing? What were you up to? So how you doing, Lord Inquisitor Callahan? Welcome, welcome, welcome. There we go. There we go. And let me get his eye. Wait, I already gave you your triple stabs earlier, but I can, you know, supremely nice. I can do that. I can do that. It's not a big deal. I just instinctually know to do that. I'm attentive. There we go. So let's get his big fuck off eye going. I think that's gonna be important. The eye, and then I can work on doing some of the flesh bits on like his like regular skin. Finish it. That's kind of what I did on purpose. I build a little bit of this like golden yellow first before I inevitably do like the bright fuck off yellow. I'll probably actually I might even eventually do like the just like a glow, like just like that kind of like white glow I usually do. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Totally understand raiding and running. I do that. Work on your assassin. Ah, fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, no, it is all good. But yeah, have yourself a good night, and thank you for coming, and thank you for bringing all your wonderful nerds here while I listen to Corone and I build a weird freak. Once again, I do love how it's like there's times I've like rolled into the LGS where everybody's wearing like death metal shirts, and it's just me with like my my bullshit. What if I try? Let me try this dark brown green, and then let's do 2 drops of that. Instead of a yellow, what if I did that with the bone, actually? 3 drops of that. How you doing, Shadow? How you doing? How you doing? I got the lad. The man, the myth, the legend. The lad. Also, how you doing, Wiso? Or Bird. My bad, Bird. How you doing? How you doing? Wiso, my bad. Wiso or Bird. Excellent. There we go. I've recovered, and I've can sometimes remember things. How you doing? How you doing, you 2 nerds? I'm working on the Gorgonzola, and it's turned out pretty legit. My creature, my excellent creature. Today's been experimenting a lot with the Joe Sonia's magic mix medium again, which I haven't used in a hot minute. I'm gonna like get his like funky head lump. Got several funky head lumps, as one does. 2 new boxes, about $100 worth of pain. I mean, it's like that's at least it's like a fun pain. So that's a potentially joyous pain. So yeah, it could be worse. No, that's a mood. I'm still like, I have so much to do, but I'm looking to get into Star Wars Legion because some of my friends have models. Basically, I have a lot of friends that have like armies that have been sitting in wait, and they're like, "How fucking just do it." If you play Star Wars Legion, I've had so many guys just ready to go. And I do want to play, but it's like I need to get a $100 box that has like a bunch of dudes in it. But also I need to prepare for Under the Dice Fest, so I need to probably not buy a box like that anytime soon, to be fair. I mean, you probably need to cool that shit off for a bit. Oh, thank you, Guardsman Scroll. Thank you. Yeah, this is a Kit Bash model. This guy's from like I forget, like Clay Cyanide Studio. I wish I don't have the person who made the base model off the top of my head, but I could find it if need be. But yeah, this is going to be a Gregori Gula for Trench Crusade, but I've made my own because I'm a beautiful snowflake, and all my models need to be custom if I can. Trench Crusade's a game that I really love, and I really like the official models, but I must make my own dudes. It's how I have fun in war games if I can. There we go. Yeah, he's got a lot of Mothman energy. It was from they did a set that was like African themed, so you had like a bunch of like African demon dudes, and this guy was in there as like a little tiny imp. And I skilled him the fuck up because I thought he looked cool, and I was correct. He looks rad as shit. I'm pretty happy about that. There. guess I gotta get careful with this magic mix, because sometimes it does get, like, most super too chunky. Let's see. The worst looking miniature. Nah. The thing is, it's super easy to make a bad looking miniature. That's not that's not even really a contest. I mean, it's you know, everybody knows thin your paints. Everybody knows the whole thin your paints thing. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way that you could paint like a real bad miniature in a way that would be novel potentially. No, Flesh Not is pure beautiful artistry, and I will hear no slander against my baby boy. No, I like how depending on the day, I'm like, he's an abomination. He's going to be the most famous thing I'm known for. I don't know how I feel about that. Just sometimes I'm like, he's my beautiful lad, and I want to kiss him on his weird fucking forehead. And I wish him all the good luck. I'm saving money so he can go to medical school. Like I like that back and forth I got going on with him. So yeah, looks like there's like adding a little bit of bone to the mix of his original shade. Does look like it's doing pretty good. Like being a parrot is no. I have to be worried though, because I'm like, I like having like Nanners is cute. But I also have to be really wary about being like older millennial who gets like really invested in pet as child substitute. Which I think weirdly a snake like Nanners keeps me grounded like that. So it's like, you know, it's like I like Nanners, but if I ever start saying Snake Dad in earnest, I'm gonna feel the weight of shame upon my soul. It's gonna be too much. I'll need to be taken out back like old Yeller and put down like the dog I am. But like till then it's fine. Till then it's fine. Like, I mean, mini parrot as a little joke is fine. For some reason, though, they just like activated my fight or flight for pet parents. Because you know, it's like it's pretty common amongst my age demographic. No, a lot of people in my friend groups. Actually, it depends. My wargame group is kind of anti-kids. Well, like not that they like hate them, but like, yeah, we're probably not gonna have kids. And then once you get to like the TRPGs, that's where the kids are showing up. To be fair, I would rather be Snake Father than Snake Daddy. It's bad. It's not good. Yeah, I think cats do encourage like treating them like roommate behavior, where it's like kind of got that like we are cohabitating, even though I'm paying all the bills and feeding you food and giving you attention, stuff like that. I can see that mood to it, so that sort of feeling. Go. But yeah, I do think it's mostly died down though. Like I don't see a lot of that behavior before. Like that's like one of those things that like I think people on the internet classified as Reddit, but I don't think is like really something you see super often. But it did used to be more common. I do remember seeing like even IRL. I think that was like some family members of mine until they actually had kids. I have to be wary though. So probably because I took her to the vet. Aw. Someday, cat, you'll understand. You'll understand the sacrifice. Yeah. And meanwhile, yeah, everyone's cat's roommates. And then Nanners once again is my favorite piece of furniture. I love her. She doesn't do shit. This is gonna be interesting. Apparently, I think I'm gonna have like a house inspection soon. Nothing crazy. It's just like I think, you know, I live in an apartment. This is just now part of my life. I'm gonna be there for it. It's gonna be interesting to like, yeah, keep your pets locked up. I'm like, way ahead of you, buddy. Hey there, Channel Skeleton. Welcome. How you doing? Ah, I do be full of water. How you doing? I'm working on my Gregori Gula. She's obsessed with watching people shower, and I do not know why. It's because she's a pervert. I'm sorry. Your cat's a pervert. That's fine. Cats are allowed to be perverts, but like, you know, you can't say you don't know why. You know deep in your heart this is true. Search your feelings, etc., yada yada yada. Now the thing that I'm Gord cat, no that. Now that Nanners is closer to the kitchen though, sometimes she does watch me cook, which is fun. I think it's because previously she was in like a separate room area, and now that she's closer, like, I don't think for the most part the smells used to be a little bit more kind of contained, and now she can smell a little bit more. Water all time. Oh, is your cat like one of those like weird, funny cats that likes to splash around and stuff like that? Those cats are fun. I love an aquatic cat. They're so strange and they're like contrary to typical behavior, but it's like, fuck yeah, let's go. 14. I wonder why your cat's a Fujo. I could not possibly imagine the set of circumstances that led to a Fujoshi cat. I wonder why. I wonder where they learned that from. I wonder where your cat learned that behavior from. Very strange. My cat couldn't possibly be a pervert that watch people show. I mean, there's that smoking cat anime that apparently is like a cat girl that has like legitimately like really bad nicotine addiction and will just like apparently it's disgusting. I know in the trailer she's like smoking a bunch of cigarettes and like accidentally drops them in a pile of shit when she's walking home, and she's like, well, 5-second rule, and smokes them anyway. I do like that because it's like people are like, oh, I love me a fail girl, fail wife, the weirdo, and then that happens, and then they're like, oh god, no. Not that I like disagree with them. It's just it's funny. It's like, yeah, you gotta understand this is more the norm than you would like to think, buddy. There's a reason that fail wives have failed. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be pretty gross. Yeah, I've heard mixed signals where it's kind of like it's supposed to be kind of gross to sort of like almost feel like the deal, because like I think we talked about that before, that like smoking is a bad thing to do, but it looks really cool. Like whenever I see like a character that smokes, I'm like, damn, they look cool. See, did you see like an older anime lady? Cool. Does she smoke? Hell yeah, that looks great. But then, you know, you can abstract away a lot of the, like, you know, constant chain smoking nicotine stuff pretty easily. It's the same thing with the H.P. Lovecraft going crazy stuff. It's like you can, when you're separated from it, you can abstract a lot of that kind of behavior, and it's just kind of like, oh yeah, that's just like set dressing or something you can look like the other way on, and then it's like, oh, it's real now. Uh-oh. I like the bulge. I did! He's got the Schmiedes. So such is the power of Beelzebub. Honestly. Need to also like blend this back down a little bit later, but that's fine. Just don't do it. I don't know. Like here's the thing. When I see Solid Snake do that, I don't think of like Nor or Cowboys. I just think like, damn, that Snake. I mean, he's probably, considering it's Kojimbo, he's probably building off a lot of that, but I don't know. I don't know. Or when you get like a lady, I guess ladies with like the long cigarette sticks are kind of noir. I kind of see that. Some weird muscle angles I gotta like really try to hit in a way that's kind of like, I don't even need to do the jingly keys, but I don't know a good way around the side. I'm gonna be real. I'm painting the part. I'm painting the side interior. Make a Herald of the hair can. Ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. That should be a fun model to work on. Just a big gross fly with a big fuck off evil like gross tube. Get your tubes out. There we go. I mean, he's got like kinda like I'm used to painting Nurgle models, and for Nurgle models the cake is always really low. So like that's like way too thick for some reason. Let's run that down a little bit. Like they always have like negative ass. So the fact that he's got like a little bit of something is definitely there. But like it's still not a lot. He's not rocking that ass. He's missing some flour. He's missing a lot of things. Oh shit, yeah, I need to paint over the little things on his back too. I need to do that. Need to get a little bit more. I think blending this, like the magic mix and water. Do I feel like a little bit of a flow improver? Creating some like weird hellish highlight mixture that's like a little bit thickener, a little bit thinner, a little bit pigment diluter. It's working, but I'm gonna come back to this later and just do not recall any of the ratios that went into this. Which, to be fair, I'm mostly just kind of winging it. Let's get these like nice big leg muscles. Oh yeah, I guess the flow improver helped. There we go. Does he have cake? Oh yeah, because like the there's a VTuber guy following him, Cliff, who I don't think has streamed for a while, but he's a Mothman guy, and this every time Mothman ass comes up, it's 4th of July for him. And considering he's British, you know, he needs a 4th of July equivalent. Yeah, the little hands are pretty good too. Yeah, or like the little spikes on the wings, which I need to fix up a bit, but nothing too bad. His entire butt region is a whole mess that I have to deal with at some point. Yeah. I heard that's what you're supposed to do as a traveler. You're supposed to deposit change directly into his ass crack. Which, hey, you know, if I'm ever there, I'll do that. I think it's a fun thing to do. You got to have tradition in your life. Go back to this bullshit because like a lot of the other bullshit on him. I was originally going for more bone color, and that didn't quite work. I'm basically like caught in like a tug of war between like different shades for these little, which is funny because like these are like a defining feature of a lot of my Trench Crusade models, the little insect bug bits, which because like these are ones I added to this model. This model has a flat back normally, but I always go back and forth on what color I like them. So many colors. There we go. Yeah, I mean, like realistically, what does the money do? Like, as long as nobody's like actively ripping chunks of a statue, I feel like depositing some change in the ass. Like, you know, if you're like the park manager or whatever, you know, buy yourself something with that. Who gives a shit? Like, as long as, I mean, mind you, if like somebody's getting into like a fist fight to steal the Mothman ass money, which is an amazing sentence. Like, if somebody's doing that, then I could see maybe, but like, I don't know. I don't think people are probably getting upset for crack change. Sometimes you gotta ignore the sign and take matters into your own hands. I almost dipped into the wrong paint. Yeah, this is an area I want to eventually do that glue technique on, just to kind of do some shit. See how we doing on time? It's creeping up on me a bit more than I'd like, but stuff is happening. This is another one of those things that's like I want to get to like this, like the leg meat. Too right. Oh, they're not standing way too hard. I mean, once again, too, I can always go back and yeah, it seems like the more I use this color, the more light has gotten. Magic mix just to keep it diluted. My hand is just like all this color now. Just various shades of my typical grail color mix. So he's like a little. Oh, he's got like a little ankle. Well, he has. Oh, okay. No, he's got like two little ankle bits, and that looks like it does look like it's like blending back down. I think sometimes when I'm using these things to dilute the pigment, I'm kind of shocked by how bright the color is, and then eventually once, because the pigment's diluted, when it dries actually pretty thin. So it just kind of, it fucks with me. It's just like a little painting thing I need to get used to, because like right now I'm doing these like really rough highlights. They look pretty good here. I can always do that thing too where it's like you build up the edge areas pretty bright, and then you take like the base shade of like the cracks and stuff and kind of blend back down. That's the thing I gotta do. That's not big. Need more flow improver. I'm doing like a little claw thingy, and I don't know why. I had that on. Oh, there we go. A little bit more there. Also, just for like a little quick check. Symphony. I can see it. I can see it. Hey, that's speaking about things I need to finish one of these days. Symphogear, gotta. I've only seen one thing from. No, I've watched a couple of episodes, but like, there's a season 3 thing where they get together and sing a song to stop a missile from hitting a town, and I think even without context, it's really good. There we go. So yeah, this is how he's gonna look on his base eventually. He's not done now. Like, not even close. But he's getting there. Anyways, let me get a little bit of bright yellow so I can put that on the eye, so the eye has like some detail there. Yeah, I think it's one of the series that I've wanted to properly give a full watch, but I think I've like started and stopped it several times just because like that just happens sometimes. Sometimes I just don't finish series. That's why I'm trying to be careful not to fully let Simone slip. Because I have been enjoying Simone. Because it's insane. In a fascinating way that I've never seen another anime before. For context, for people who might not know, Simone is that show about Yuri magical ship pilots that live in a strange society where a god in a lake determines your gender, and you have to Yuri kiss to activate these magical planes. They don't have guns, but if you do a coordinated like thing, like if you do like a coordinated flying pattern with the rest of your people, you cast these big magic spells that will just obliterate your foes. Magic. I mean, that I'm a little surprised on, because I thought that was always the selling point. I guess if you're going in blind and you're like, oh, this is kind of a cute show, and you're like, wait a minute, this is Idols. I've been tricked. But otherwise, yeah, that's little like I said, a little surprising, but like, meh, it'd be like that sometimes. I get these like last little like couple coats. Oh yeah, no, a lot of anime. Like I have a bad problem where it's like there's anime that I'm like, yeah. This is like 2010. And like I'll get around to it at some point, and then like 2026, he did indeed not get around to it. Pretty regular occurrence. 16. Oh, okay. There you go. I was worried if you're gonna be like, I remember in 2026 when 2012 when I was like 8. I'm like, no, please don't. Not 8 even. No, I think the worrying thing would be like. It's just like Nelson born in 2000 can be 26, which is like not a crazy year. I don't know, like 4 or something like that would be a lot. Would be like, oh no. Funky little knee. I do like that these. I don't know, like. These models have like purposeful little indents on, like little scratches on the knee, which I think is kind of a fun touch. It's just like, hey, fuck it, why not? On the side, okay, this is super thin, super smooth. This is about the level I should be operating on, honestly. Yeah, post hag. Yeah, but a lot. This is a hag safe zone as one myself. I will be turning 36, and kind of crazy that my birthday is not that far off. Ideally, I'm gonna try to get the new model out in time for that. I've already told the person who's rigging it though. It's like if you can get that date, cool. But if not, don't worry. So yeah, that should be fun. That'll be a fun, long-standing birthday gift. When that's real. Whenever that's real. I'm still eagerly eyeing stuff. I'm like, cause I haven't got any preview stuff yet, but I know that the head is coming. That's gonna be real fucking sick. Honestly, that's you know, as a VTuber, your head is kind of a lot of what you do. Okay. Oh my god. Once again, the very nice model. Some of these angles for painting it though are like how, like that's the inherently tricky thing, is that like you can do a lot of cool stuff on computer, and make pretty beautiful models, like a lot of details. But especially now that we can reach that point where it's like the consideration of this as a paintable object. This one isn't the worst. But some of the wing spaces is pretty bad. There's a lot of models out there that you're like, I don't think anyone could paint this. It's either got like I know G-dubs is really bad for like adding a lot of extra details. There are some people. I think for me it's like Arch Villain Games is the one that I look at some of their stuff and I'm like, oh my god, there's so much on there. What are you talking about? Like, I don't think I've ever seen... I'm sure somebody has painted some of their models, and I bet they look really good painted. But I look at some of them, and I'm just like, oh, there's a lot. I think I got some of their stuff because they did... Every time any company is like, hey, would you like some STLs for free? I'm like, don't mind if I do. Because, you know, I never know. I never want to use those. Should be in tune with my inner cryptid. Yeah, you gotta live in the woods, and you gotta scare people. Just like nature intended. You gotta. That's the funny thing about, yeah, I think I mentioned that, like, in Simone, even the people in Simone are like, this is kind of a fucked up thing a little bit. So I'm curious, because like it's funny because it's like some of the people are saying that, but also they live in the country that is like not cursed with like turbo industrial waste disease. So I'm like, are they going to rebel against their god, and for the sake of like gender expression? It kind of feels like where it's going, and I'm curious if they'll do it. I'm really curious because I'm like, in this world, it's like, is this Earth? Like, the planet doesn't seem to be called Earth. But that doesn't mean it's not Earth, you know? You know, it could be. So I'm using the original shade to kind of like blend this back down a little bit. See how that kind of looks. So this is kind of like, it's softening out some of the highlights a little bit. Probably doesn't help that like this is like incredibly thin at this point, but it's something I've seen people do a lot, where it's like you'll do this and kind of like, especially something that looks kind of streaky, and you kind of blend it back down to like something more like that. Yeah, there we go. Get a little bit more into the recesses too. I could also just take a dark shade too. There's like a million different ways you can shade a mini, which I appreciate. You can build up. You can just do a color and edge highlight. There's a lot of stuff. What bits I want for it? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm eagerly awaiting to see your how that manifests. This part's a little funny too, because it's like some of the back stuff got on this arm when I was working on it, so I'll need to go in and eventually make that a little bit more fishy. Well, just a smidgen. This looked pretty good. I like a chip. What's going on here? There's like a little bit here. Sometimes it could be a chip. Sometimes it could get stuff crusted on that. Okay. Your first game of AOS 4E. Hey, let's go. I have really not looked into AOS 4E just because that's just not what my... Okay, that's not true. Some people near me play it, but like, I'm overloaded with games. I'm suffering from choice. So I've not looked into it super much myself. But it seems, from what I understand, it's a pretty good time. So hell yeah. Hopefully you have fun with it and you have a good game and whatnot. And crush your opponents. No, just have fun. Fun's the important part. Get a little bit. Gooch zone a little bit. Going in from like this thing. Then I can get some of that. A little bit of this. And there's also like the little side bits I need to get. Yeah, this guy. Once again, I was like, yeah, I could maybe finish this in one night. No, that was such a like. I do think that like when I used to complain about being a slow painter, I do think I've gotten faster. But I still sometimes I'm just like totally oblivious to how much time an actual paint will take for certain models. Which is funny because you think I guess it's also because it's like I'm trying out things and like I got different techniques. Camera froze, thank you. Let me fix that. Lost in the sauce, go now. Alright, get that fixed. There we go. Yeah, I have not played since 2nd edition, so I am wildly out of sync with anything going on in the modern game. Also, thank you for the heads up. I was getting lost in the sauce, so I was distracted for sure. Blending as well as I would like. Take a look at the back. How's your butt doing, buddy? There we go. I also do think some of this I might be like gilding the lily a bit too much and just probably could just use an enamel wash. Not now, but like eventually. Act like no. Like that. Yeah, I mean a lot of it too is like once you know what you're doing, I think things can definitely speed up for sure. And also like, the more I get, because like technically if I wanted to get like fast and super tabletop ready, you could just do like I could technically just finish it here and just be like, oh cool, I'm gonna play with this. I wouldn't like it, but like it's possible. But I do want this guy to be a little special, so I'm like trying some shit. I'm doing some very rough blends in some areas that I can see. I think some of the angles might be a little tricky on that. But yeah. I haven't looked into stuff like sponging and stuff though, for speed reasons. Because I'm just like, well, like I got so many of these Horus Heresy Marines. And also need to like take a brush and go in and actually hit up some of their like red bits. There's also got some shit. This is a bad example. That guy needs like this guy, I got a bunch of these guys and they're cool. This is one layer sponging, one color sponging. And like they look pretty nice. Yeah, it's like one of those things, it's like every time I think about stuff like that where it's like the problem is for me it's like so personal that even if I had an exact clone of myself, and if that exact clone of myself was like, hell, I will paint this for you. Here you go. And just handed me a finished model, I'd be like, I don't like this. Not that I feel like other me would do a bad job, it's just that because I actively myself am not working on it. Yeah, no, yes, Sponge Life has been good for me so far. It's a tool in my toolbox that I need to get like pretty solid at because I have a lot of spare Marines that I would like to get done. So I can, like, I want them to look good. I want them to look kind of like worn out and stuff like that. But like, it would be nice if they were wrapped up in a way that I could just be like, ooh, finally. Because I'm a dork. It's fucked up. How dare you say that? In front of all these nice people? But yeah, no, that's just a particular brain thing of me. Like, I think the only way I would be cool for, like, if somebody's like, here's a mini. I mean, I guess, I guess to be fair, though, one of you were like, Hal, I painted this for you. This is a gift. I would cherish it forever. But, like, if I got, like, a nice model off of, like, eBay or something like that, like, I got like, a decently painted, I got a very decently painted lad for my Star Wars Legion stuff in that trade. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna strip it last, but I will strip it. So someday the paint job that's on it, which is like pretty good, is not long for this world. It might take years, you know, depending on all my other projects, but someday. Also, I'm painting his toenails because I just kind of forgot. It's a shame because YouTube Music is what powers like my little like plugin thing or whatever. It easily got like the worst fucking randomization algorithm. Like I can tell it'll hit like certain songs over and over and over again. I'm like, why? How are you fucking this up, YouTube? I thought you're trying to compete with like the big boys. Yeah, Heat Death of the Universe. I would not be surprised if like at the end of my life there will be some plastic that I'm like, never got around to you. It'd be like that. I think that'll be okay. Because at the end of the day, the plastic I really wanted to paint will be painted. And the ones that I'm lukewarm on will either not be painted or will be painted later when they call to me. And that's fine. That's just how it is. Oh yeah. Speaking about sponging, I might just try that on the eye directly. There we go. It's okay. Oh yeah, it's and then I'm gonna enter some like crazy time loop where I go back to paint them. The eye is a good spot for sponging. Okay. Because like when I'm doing this, I'm like actively seeing brush strokes, which is fucking with me a little bit, but the sponge don't got that. Accessed area. I also fucking really love these little sponges. I really love these little sponges. Once again, like things where I'm just like, well, oh yeah, year over year, my repertoire grows, I learn new things. It feels nice. Little sponges. That's the takeaway from this year. Nothing else. I grew in an artist no other ways, just little sponges. Yeah, I also like 30K Mechanicum. They look really nice, but I agree they're just ungodly expensive. It would be, and like, you know, it would be one thing. It would be like one thing if like, you know, they were like an elite faction. Like you didn't need a lot of them. But that's also like not true. You still need a lot of them. I was like, that's fucked up. Honestly, Skippy, that's my entire vibe. It's just like painting the most horrible monster, and then a JoJo. There we go. It's a good mix. It's a good mix. Which is what that's something I talk about. Well, I just find it funny because like a lot of my peers are like, what do they listen to when they paint? They listen to hardcore music or they listen to like stoner metal or whatever. And I'm just like, nah. No, I'm using a lighter color on there. Unclog this real quick. Let me get one of my metal sounding devices. Yeah, which is a shame because like the new like the Myrmidons or whatever, the big thick boys, I like those. And their version of Skitarii is pretty cool too. Like there's a lot of cool stuff going on in that, but it's like, nah, probably not a cat's eye. I'm probably gonna try like, I'm trying this buff color. Like right now that dot in the middle is just like some weird artifact of the painting. I kind of want to give him like a weird glossy kind of like cataracty eye, because he at the end of the day he's a Black Grail dude. What is going on though? It's like that middle spot's getting more pronounced. There we go. I just have to like actively have to target it, because if not, it just gets wiped away. I don't know why that's there. There we go. See him. There we go. I mean, okay, hold on. So I was gonna have like, I typically do solid eyes, but that like little eye is calling to me. Let's see how this looks. I could always cover it up, not a big deal. Gonna take a little bit of black and put it on my palette, and let's see how this looks. All right. Thicken your paints. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I do tend to sometimes overthin my paints. That is real. That is real and true, unironically. What if I just get? I don't know. I'm sort of torn how I'm feeling about it. It does kind of make him look cute, but it also, it does make him cute. I'm not gonna lie. How you doing, 39? But like, if I want to lean into this being almost kind of like Mothman style, it does make him look more cryptidy. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? All right. I'm gonna try a thing. Not now. But the glue technique, if I can give him like real crusty bloodshot eyes, I think this will work. At this stage, he's gonna look adorable. But if I can do this right, I'm gonna give him like really either veins or like really thick crusty eyes. So enjoy his cuteness right now, motherfuckers, because it's not long for this world. Why am I cute? There we go. Yeah, I think eventually, I do think this is a good idea. I think the idea is sound, and we'll see where it goes. I do agree he does. There we go. No, I'm allowed to paint cute things. Well, actually, no. The cute things I want to do is I want to do Quar. I do have a couple. I showed you guys the Quar models I printed, right? Yeah. No, I did. I need to get like base. Oh, I need to fix some of these stuff. Hold on. I'll make it worse. Don't worry. I always make it worse. Why did I do a little wink there? I don't know. I don't know why I did a little wink there, but that's fine. It's fine. So let's see. I need to fix a couple little areas. I have a lot of little areas, if I'm gonna be real. Why am I for some reason I decided to paint this like basically like, just doing a little paint. Let's see, go. A little bit on there. There's like a lot of little correction with some of that like the little little membrane bits, but so far pretty promising. I think foundationally there's a lot of good here. And is there a lot that could be tweaked? Yeah, but I think overall he's looking good. How you doing, Lord of Bones? Unfortunately, I am really close to wrapping up. Any other like little remaining bits? That's our how. We don't make him better, he makes us worse. Yippee! Finish the eye. I will! Though the thing is, I need a way for him to get like sealed and enameled and stuff, because the eye is going to get some crust to it. But yeah, there we go. Tuckler. Oh, I'm so sorry. The heat's bad, but also having to talk to a lawyer fucking sucks. Tillian looking eye. Like, kind of like longer? I guess I could. There's some black on it. I feel like... We're doing some big brain thinking. I angle this weird a little bit, but that's fine. Okay, this does look a little bit more malicious. I will say that. I think my freehanding eyeballs needs practice, which is why it's like. Okay, that's like little better. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this for now. Oh, it's a defense lawyer. Okay, that's not so bad then. And with that, let's go to the chatting screen. Whoa. Yeah. All right, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Hold on. There we go. I was starting to hear myself, so I need to mute. Okay, so schedule-wise, this is another triple painting week. Let's see. I got her info. There we go. Yeah, so on Thursday, I found this weird dead dog, which I'm gonna be painting with her. It's been a while since we hanged on stream, so this should be fun. She has like a little STL for mascot, and what I'm gonna be it's the one I put on a Space Marine body. And on Sunday, I'm either probably gonna paint the Eradicators or maybe the Speeder. I'm not sure which. I'm not sure which on that. Dead dog. Yeah. She's like a zombie dog. Fun internet friend of mine, the Vtuber formerly known as Echo Gummy. But yes, that should be fun. I just did, motherfuckers. I shouted her out. I can't do it again. But yeah. And with that, I'm gonna cut the YouTube people loose. So bye, YouTube people. Bye. Yeah, you guys probably know her. Let's see. Let me see who is.